Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. We'll give panel members just a minute to join. And it looks like if panel members can all confirm that they've got their cameras on, we can begin. Well, thank you, everyone, and welcome for participating. Let me try that again. Welcome and thank you for participating this afternoon. I just want to note that in addition to being recorded, today's session is also being live streamed on YouTube. Today, as we always do, we'll start the session with a land acknowledgement, and this will be led by Meredith.
Thank you very much. So I acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. I also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty.
Thank you, Meredith. Well, again, thank you for the September 15th, for joining the September 15th, 2022 session of the City of Toronto Design Review Panel. Today, we have 3 agenda items. The first one is the thermal comfort study. This is a city study, and it's the first review of the thermal comfort study. We have an hour and 10 minutes scheduled for the review. It's a formal review session with no vote taken at the end as it's a city study. The staff and consultant team have been given a combined 25 minutes for their presentations, and discussion will follow the presentations. The session is being live streamed on YouTube. It's also being recorded. The recording will be available on City Planning's YouTube channel following the meeting. To make sure that we are connected and audible, I'm going to do a roll call, so you could let me know if you're here and if you have a conflict of interest. So starting with you, Heather.
Here and no conflict.
Gordon.
Here, no conflict.
Anna. Anna. I'll come back to Anna. Margaret.
Here, no conflict.
Juhi.
Here, no conflict.
George. I'll come back to George. Jessica.
Here, no conflict.
Olivia.
Here, no conflict.
Lydia.
Here, no conflict.
Jim.
Here and no conflict.
Thank you. Now going back to Anna. Anna, are you there? Meredith. Okay. And George, are you there? No, George. Okay. Well, with that, we can begin. For panel members, don't forget the staff questions that you've been provided. They'll help shape your commentary. And always commentary on issues of concern and appreciation. To presenters, I'll introduce the 1-minute verbal signal. Now, it's a 25-minute presentation, so that'll be around 1:36. And with that, we can begin with the staff presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. So we are here today to present you the city's thermal comfort study. My name is Rong Yu. I'm the city's project lead on thermal comfort study. Together with me today for the presentation, Antonio Gomez Palacio from Dialogue and Bernardo Vasquez from Borough Happold. City Planning Urban Design has retained Dialogue and the Borough Happold to undertake the thermal comfort study since January this year. Next slides, please. So to give everyone a bit of background, why we do this thermal comfort study. So urban design has been using the sound, wind, and the pedestrian comfort study, which is also known as a Bausomen study, for the last 30 years as the base to evaluate the sunlight and the wind condition in the public realm. And as everyone knows, the Bausomen study did the study for the downtown area only at that time. That's the boundary for the city. So now it's time really to update the study. Also, Toronto is growing fast and become denser every day. So it is important to protect the quality of our public spaces, which will serve the large populations in the city. Another part is the climate change. We have been experiencing more and more extreme heat and the cold in the city. Climate change will place a further pressure on Toronto outdoor space. This outdoor space could be the relief place for extreme and heat and the cold conditions for local residents. And the last but not least, design of public spaces for thermal comfort is the key elements of designing a resilient city. So the objectives, next slides. The objectives of this thermal comfort study are to develop a citywide guidelines for the thermal comfort study in the public realm to support planning frameworks, advise city staff on how to approach new development, provide guidance for city staff in order to update the city's thermal comfort policies, and create new terms of reference documents for development application support materials. And it's also addresses thermal comfort in the public realm, taking into consideration future climate projections and the surrounding built form impact to the outdoor thermal comfort level. It provides the city with an opportunity to plant more trees and refine massing on individual sites, enable variation of built form, while ensure access to sunlight and comfortable public spaces. Next slide, thank you. The thermal comfort study work plan has been structured into three stages. So the stage 1 is the background research analysis. Stage 2 is the recommendations and the design alternative stage. Stage 3 is the implementation stage. Right now, we are at the end of the stage 1. You have seen the draft background and the analysis report submitted as the part of the design review submission package. The consultant team has done the stage 1 Tac Workshops and the stakeholder interviews. City also launched an online survey to consult the public this summer. Now we are entering the stage 2 of the study, which is the design stage. We are starting the thermal comfort design on the selected test sites. The design alternatives and the recommendations will go to the second DRP for review and comments close to the end of the stage 2. So in the final stage 3 implementation stage, the final report, including the thermal comfort guidelines and the findings from both stage 1 and 2, with the recommendations for or potential like official plan amendment will be delivered. Now I'm going to pass on to Antonio to present the thermal comfort study work to date. Thank you,
Ron, and thank you, panel members, for the opportunity to be here. We truly welcome all of your thoughts and input into all of this. My name is Antonio Gomez Palacio with Dialogue, and I'll walk through at a very high level, because you have a lot of the materials, the process that we've undertaken and some of the thinking that is emerging, and certainly welcome then a bit of a conversation. Bernardo will also walk us through some of the technical aspects of the work that we're doing. So in essence, I want to talk a little bit about the work to date, but then a little bit more around some of the emerging themes. Bernardo will talk about the technical studies, and then I'll address some of the emerging guidelines. So in terms of the work to date, much of it has and kick-started with us really understanding the current context, the physical context of Toronto, the context of policies and initiatives, and what are some of the resources that we can count on or that have been used in the past. And certainly we recognize Toronto is unique in many regards, and therefore thermal comfort guidelines will need to be unique and very much tailored. There's some great examples from other places, but we need to understand that we have a very specific climate. The proximity to the lake in itself becomes a factor. Our topography has a huge influence. Even the ravine systems themselves, the health or extent of the tree canopy, the street grid where it exists and how it exists, and even the diversity of built form are all unique characters of the Toronto context that have an impact on how we understand climatic conditions. There's a number of different factors that we're already starting to identify and that very clearly have an impact on how we want to be thinking about it. The climatic conditions, how it evolves from the proximity from the lake, even further northwards, the areas of the city that have a strong canopy of tree or lack thereof, how these elements start to kind of unfold down into the ravines or up in the different areas of the city have a big impact. There's also, of course, a background of policies in existence and some thinking that has already taken place. But we recognize that whereas a lot of the emphasis to date has been on sunlight penetration and wind, there's been less emphasis on the comfort that may exist for more vulnerable populations or for aspects such as mobility, cyclists, and other areas. So we'll get into that in a second. We've also investigated a fair bit on what are some of the data sources that we can tap into to understand either climatic conditions and really importantly, future climate prediction conditions and modeling that may exist, but also how do we layer in aspects of the social well-being and equity into this conversation. So not only look at wind and sun penetration, but also bring an equity lens into it. Informing our entire process has also been a lot of conversations, us leading a series of engagement events. Ron mentioned the Tac Workshops, which we've held a number of these. This is the Technical Advisory Committee that brings a constituency of people with very different areas of expertise, but also stakeholder interviews where we've sought to tap into the experience and thinking of the development community and the planning and design experts, but also academics and activists that are in a realm that can inform our conversations. Very importantly, they have knowledge to share, but they will also be an important part of implementing the guidelines. So we want to make sure that what we're doing is going to be workable into the future. And of course, there's a lot of different ideas and thoughts and thinking that has emerged from this. And we've collected that into a series of what we're calling emerging themes that I'll give you a little bit of the highlights for. You have the full description of this in the report. And of course, happy to come back in Q&A period to address any one of these in more depth. But clearly, and right up front at the top, there's a sense for we need a clear implementable direction. Whatever the outcomes are, it needs to be clear, concise. It's something that needs to be able to be understood by communities, developers, city staff, and a variety of different constituencies. It also has to be Toronto specific, that what might work in other jurisdictions or geographies might make sense, but we need to make sure that it is something that is unique to Toronto. There's also a huge call and resonance for the idea of bringing an equity lens into the conversation and being able to prioritize initiatives, guidelines, and the likes based through an understanding of vulnerable populations. Fourth one around simple language and engaging visuals. This has to do very much about making communicable. Lots of conversations around the difference and distinction between shade and shadow. So shade cast by, or shadow cast by a building, the shade cast by a tree, and how we can start to understand those. Also around bringing into the conversation a understanding of what are some of the co-benefits and synergies that are realized by achieving conditions of thermal comfort. Notions around really investing as well into the shoulder seasons, not just the extreme conditions of either extreme heat or extreme cold, but also how do we maximize in Toronto our ability to use public realm during shoulder seasons? How do we reflect the existing buildings, either because they're failing or could be better, or just the experience of how existing built form can influence our thinking, as well as alignment with ongoing and concurrent studies and initiatives, be it studies around the green canopy or studies around equity or studies around that are being implemented across the city. Big topic around mobility, really understanding how people move around the city and certainly accessibility from a mobility perspective, but also cycling and other ways in which people move, acknowledging that modes of active transportation are often those most exposed to the weather. Really thinking through in terms of the guidelines, are they more performance-based or more prescriptive-based, and how those can be written? A lot of conversation around that. And finally, around whatever it is we do, wanting it to be a human-centric type of an approach, and really starting from the position of thermal comfort from humans. Part of our research and understanding has also had us go out and look at case studies. What are other places, other cities, other jurisdictions, or policy environments that are doing interesting work and that we can learn from? So you see, we've reviewed London, UK, Athens, number of places around Canada, California, and Toronto specifically, some sites that have already had elements of this, to see just what are some of the lessons learned. And there's a number of things that have come across already that have the ability to influence how we start to think about it. But certainly some elements in that include us understanding microclimatic conditions, the bringing a lens not just of equity, but also health and well-being into the conversation, an understanding of what's implementable from the perspective now of developments and communities that might be using this, and helping the municipality really develop some implementable policies. The equity lens I'll highlight becomes a really important element of some of the case studies that we were reviewing as a more recent, if you like, introduction into a lot of the thinking of thermal comfort, but one that is really important and one that we certainly want to continue to move forward with. So now I'll ask Bernardo to walk us through some of the technical studies being conducted. Bernardo. We can't hear you. You may be on mute.
Thank you very much, panel, for inviting us, and I'm going to talk about the technical studies. It is thought that the thermal comfort will sit within the existing studies that are part of the terms of reference, like the sun and shadow studies and the wind studies. And this thermal comfort study will follow a series of steps. This can be the next slide. Yeah. And these steps will take us across different assessments. We have been looking at the weather, and our database will be part of these studies, and a series of steps that will be followed to achieve the goal of the study for different developers, existing sites that are going to be developed, or new sites. Yeah. As well as part of the studies, next slide, we are proposing the use of an index that has been created for European cities, and we think is applicable for Toronto, the UTI, Universal Thermal Comfort Index. Yeah. Next slide. There we have, as I said, a series of requirements. The requirements for the studies, this is for developers and and people who is going to be carry out these assessments as part of the methodology that is being created. We have, as I said, we created a specific weather database. Well, it's 2 of them, depending on which area of Toronto you are. And these climatic parameters, through the use of the UCI, the study will give us the percentage of improvement that you have when you apply the new development. Yeah. We go to the next slide. As an example, we have created a small case study within the city of Toronto to make to show some of the how the thermal comfort in the end may look like. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide? Then, as part of this one, we are assessing an existing site where we have the existing context. And a building has been put in place. This is a hypothetical case where it's a tall building within this location. And then we study the mitigated case, and we want to know what's improvement, what's improvement or impacts that this development might have on site. Yeah? If we go to the next slide, as part of these ones, there will be a series of zone and shadow studies that can be shown, can be seen on the screen. I'm not going to go into the details, but we can discuss it afterwards. Yeah. As well as this, we will have some backup wind studies. This is slightly different to the existing thermal reference studies for pedestrian comfort, but they support the use of the UCI index. Yeah? As when we carry out the assessments and we combine all the variables that affect the comfort, we get an indication of what that comfort is with a clear scale that we can see at the bottom, which where green is no thermal impact or is too hot or is too cold. Yeah. Then the beauty of the scale is that we can go to extreme hot or extreme cold, then suitable for Toronto area. Yeah. And we go to the next slide. This can be seen as a percentage improvement for different. It could be for seasons, as we can see the fall, the summer, or annual. Yeah, and this can immediately can tell us what the impact of the development will be, and if the mitigation applied is effective in providing the comfort conditions required. This is just a brief. We can also hone in specific points where we carry out specific assessments. There might be sites where a critical location needs to be assessed in more detail, and the study will allow for that as well. Yeah? An example of this is on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronaldo. So we're taking all of this information, which is now summarized in that background report. In the next phase, we'll see us really starting to flesh out some of the guidelines that will start to provide a more prescriptive approach to all of this. And I want to give you a little bit of a sense of where the information is leading us towards start organizing some of these guidelines. So first and foremost, we'll need to be a section on performance metrics. So Bernardo talked about the index for comfort levels, but also how do we start to understand from the performance perspective how we understand vulnerable populations or minimum sunlights or the difference between shade and shadow or wind or humidity, a number of different factors that we're going to have to establish some level of performance metrics around. Second part of the guidelines will be individual elements, right? How can we start to create guidelines for a tree or elements of the vegetation, or an understanding around pavements and surfaces, or the role that water plays, or furnishings, just individual components. Because then the next section will allow us to start to see how those individual components start to come together as a definition of either a built form or an open space in terms of parks and open spaces. So from a built form, think about things like the sunlight penetration that might exist as part of an environment, or wind mitigation, or building for solar orientation, or angular planes, which has often been the tools in which thermal comfort is provided guidelines in the past. But also, how do we start to think about now open spaces, the difference between how we think about streets or softscapes or hardscapes or green corridors or rooftops. And this list of open spaces, I'm sure, will evolve as we continue to build this, but it gives you a little bit of an indication of, we're trying to understand which are the spaces that are different enough that they will require different ways, forms of thinking about them. And lastly, we imagine there's going to inevitably need to be a section on implementation. So how do we provide guidance on how studies need to be done, or what scale of interventions or developments trigger the need for studies? How is the thermal comfort guidelines to be reviewed and monitored, and these kinds of things. So in terms of next steps, of course, we are at the culmination of phase 1 and entering now phase 2. We will be working through many of the aspects of the guidelines and wanting to come back to you. But as part of that, we're also going to be conducting a series of testing sites. Bernardo talked about one site where we're testing out the methodology, but then we're also going to want to test out those guidelines. And with our technical advisory committee, we've been working through the selection of those sites, and we want to make sure that they're different in nature and that they demonstrate different conditions for us to go out and test. The relationship to the water, or different contexts of built form or surfaces, or you can see on the screen a number of the criteria that we're using for the selection of different sites. So I'll wrap it up here and open it up to questions, but also we have a couple of questions to the panel that I think Ron will want to speak to.
Thank you, Antonio. So here are the questions that we have for the DRP panel members. So first one, does the background work resonate with you? And do you have any specific comments on the following? Findings of Toronto context, including both physical and the planning context, and findings of thermal comfort case studies. The second question is, having regard for typical applications that come before you and considering what the panel can have a positive influence on, is there anything we need to consider that we have not in our emerging themes, emerging recommendations, and emerging table of content? Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, before we go into discussion, we have an opportunity for questions of clarification, so that you can be well informed before we start the discussion section. So at this point, I can open up, and I probably should need to see the participants. And if you could put up your virtual hand, and let me know if you have a question that you'd like to ask the presenting team. Heather and Olivia, I think I'm not seeing the, oh yeah, now I see them. Heather, Olivia, Jim, and Eladia. So let's start with Heather, please.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering if we could just get a bit more of an explanation on the case studies. It looks to me like the one that you showed in the presentation is an existing condition to start, and then you're modeling it and then changing aspects of it. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, and also wonder, will each case study start with an existing area in the city, with a certain amount of built form, so that you can, I guess, gather base case data and then manipulate it through digital modeling?
Yeah, and I'll ask Bernardo to jump in as well. But the intent of the case studies is certainly first to understand the existing conditions and test the methodology by which we're collecting data on existing conditions. But then the second part is, as we start to develop guidelines, is to actually model how the application of the guidelines may or may not result in a positive effect of the guidelines. So they are a way of us testing not only the site, but actually testing the emerging thinking around those guidelines. Bernardo?
Yes, as you say, we exist in we assess the existing site in the context of existing surroundings, because we need to understand that. We need to understand what the impact of the new development will have, and then we study the development or proposed development in the context of the existing surroundings. Yeah, there will be also, in some cases, the impact of future surroundings when there is areas that have been planned within that area of assessment. Yeah. In this case, as I said, this is a hypothetical case because we thought it was easier to show the application of the comfort criteria to a site than giving you just graphs of how it will work. Yeah.
So is this site completely fictional?
It's fiction. It's a hypothetical case. Yes. In this case, just to show how the application of the criteria of the thermal comfort proposal, the methodology. Yeah. Then the further cases in stage 2 are existing sites and existing proposals. Yeah.
Okay, so then the base case data, you will be generating that based on the fictional model then?
No, the base data is what exists already in the city of Toronto. Yeah, this is the city of the base case for this hypothetical case is the city of Toronto. Is from the city of Toronto. Yeah, what is hypothetical is the proposed tall building that I show in the plots. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, thank you.
Next, thanks, Heather. Next, Olivia, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. This is sort of a question of clarification, and I'm sort of trying to wrap my head around the outcomes of this report that you're envisioning. The sort of guidelines that you're talking about are more on a development level scale. But is it the case that you're looking at this guideline to plug into different policies that may affect a single development, but they may also affect the scale of the neighborhood? And you also mentioned the official plan. So these guidelines wouldn't necessarily be issued to a developer on their own. They would be used to maybe inform the Toronto Green Standards or something like that.
Yeah, and I'll ask Ron to kind of speak to the broader intent of the guidelines as well. But certainly we see that one of the primary uses is going to be to inform development, right? And how developers and developments gets reviewed in terms of an application coming to the city. It may even inform the actual development application process by providing guidance around what kinds of studies, certainly for projects of a certain scale, will unfold. Second function of the guidelines is now going to inform other studies or initiatives that are taking place, right? So if all of a sudden there's a green strategy for the city, you'd like to think that thermal comfort becomes part of the informing elements in it. So where there might be a number of direct uses in terms of development, certainly we're hoping that it has a broader thinking that gets associated to it. Ron, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Antonio. Just to add on to Antonio's thoughts, and this guideline is also going to help the city staff to review the development applications, and that's including like large-scale development, like as you said, it's a neighborhood community kind of level, and also individual sites developments, and what that development is impact to the surrounding public realm spaces. And this guideline will help the both like the urban designers, developers, and the consultant industry to use as a kind of standards to figure out what's the best practice to do this city building to make sure we have a high quality open space and achieve a resilient city, and that's the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Jim.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think my questions really follow very much along what Olivia just said. So, for example, do you see this at some point being somehow wrapped into the Toronto Green Standards or affecting the DIPS standards for road design, that sort of thing?
So eventually we're hoping that, of course, it has an influence, but the deliverable in this case is a thermal comfort design guidelines as a standalone document. That will create some guidelines around, say, for example, mobility, around how do you think about streetscapes or the different modes in which people are traveling. We know that the thermal impact is very different depending on the speed of travel or if you're stationary. So the next time that other documents, such as the ones that you described, get updated, our hope is that they do take into account the outcomes of this thermal comfort. But our direct deliverable is not a revision of other policies within the city.
Does that help? Does that help, Jim?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Did you want to add something to that?
Thank you, Michael. I just want to add is this study, actually we invite all the Tac group member. They're all from transportation service, environmental planning, the environmental and the climate office, and those city staff. They are the ones doing the Toronto Green Standards. They're doing the transportation improvements guidelines for the city. So we are actually trying to align our study with other cities' studies and initiatives. And so it's this thermal comfort study outcome could be implemented into the TGS, into the transportation kind of a streetscape design work. So that's the objectives we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Eladia.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Sure agree with a lot of the findings thus far. Curious if, in particular, the Toronto Green Standard, I think, would be appropriate for this, but perhaps even this study on thermal comfort, it would also be appropriate perhaps to approach Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Have you had a chance to speak with Indigenous representatives from any entities that could provide insight?
Ron, do you want to?
Yeah, we did actually at the stakeholder interview stage. We invite the Indigenous group to join the conversation. I think we haven't get their input into the conversation yet. And also another part we did is we put an online survey. And sorry, the online survey is just closed today, so I haven't looked into detail. We did ask to identify if it's an Indigenous group or like all this kind of information in the survey. So we will look into more detail how we if we get all the kind of input from Indigenous group and a variety of groups. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Eladia, is that?
I have one sort of sub-question, which might lead into a comment, but I'll ask it as a question because I'm just not sure. It does seem that the report tends to indicate policy applying to intentionally designed spaces. Now, in urban zones, there are leftover spaces. Are those being considered in the report? Because they're actually I think the treatment of leftover spaces may have a high impact on the overall thermal performance of the city as a whole.
Yeah, it's a really good and nuanced question, Eladia. I think there's certainly going to be guidelines on, for example, enhancing the tree canopy overall. Much of the tree canopy is in areas that may not have a direct impact on, or may not be designed in a strict way, in the way that a park or a streetscape might be. So we'll have to kind of think carefully around how can the policies also apply to and have an effect, and a positive effect, on areas that may not be directly subject of a development application or a direct public works.
Great, that was all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. Panel, we're now in the discussion phase of this session. We've got about 30 minutes. There are, in my count, 9 of you. So that's about 3 minutes each or so. So I'm going to ask you to self-manage your time, and I'm going to use the same list in the same order as we started the session with when we did the roll call. So if that's okay, for the panel discussion, we'll start with you. It'll be Heather, Gordon, and Anna. Oh, Anna's not here. Is that right? Anna's still not resumed. It doesn't look like it. So it'll be Heather, Gordon, and Margaret.
Great. Thank you again for the presentation. There were several parts that really did resonate with me. For example, I really liked the statement. It was labeled page 13, but really page 17, that Toronto needs to find an innovative voice as a 4-season city. That one to me really spoke to me, because a lot of the time maybe this is speaking a bit too personally, but I hunker down in winter more than I would like to. So it would be great to be able to find additional spaces of respite. We were asked specifically the question about performance-based versus prescriptive on page 19/23. And I really feel that it should be a combination of both that the city would require. And I think that because if you give people a certain amount of leeway, I think that it allows people to, it encourages a greater degree of study and allows for more unique solutions. So yeah, ultimately, I think it would result in more detailed and sort of crafted solutions for each site. So I would encourage that it's both performance-based and prescriptive. I understand now the fictional sites that are being created, and I see that they're virtual for the purposes of tweaking those sites and testing the various outcomes. But I wonder if there are success stories or known places in the city that currently perform well that could be studied first. I think I'm not sure if the group went to that extreme, but it certainly would be interesting. And I had the same comment as Michael made a little bit earlier outside of this session, but other architects from different countries, like Henning Larsson, for example, we've seen this type of study baked in to the site analysis, and I think it's been received very well and has been appreciated by the panel. And so I fully support and endorse this becoming a study that would be required for future applications. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Here we go. Sorry about that. I tried to use the keyboard and it didn't work. Next, it would be Gordon, followed by Margaret and Juhi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for me as well for the presentation and for this initiative. It's a really important one. And when you think that it hasn't been updated since the 90s, versus how much the climate has changed and how much the City of Toronto has changed, and begin to realize in my mind that it is even more essential. And I'm assuming that in your work going forward, hopefully that you'd be anticipating further change, further deterioration relative to climate, and build into the study how to perhaps set a time zone in the future. And I realize there's a bit of crystal ball gazing, and that you aim for that in terms of thermal comfort, or you provide solutions in terms of how you can do this now, but be prepared in the next 10 years or 15 years to do the following in order to continuously upgrade the thermal comfort based on meeting climate changes. The thing that really struck me with the document is the way you've organized it. And we've seen studies before that have come towards the panel. And usually, I can't remember many of these that had the same amount of forethought or end-to-end thinking about what needs to go into a document and how you need to communicate with others. So that's really, really interesting and really beneficial, which could make this perhaps a benchmark effort that other studies in the future can follow when they're being created or when they're being updated and renewed. One thing I was thinking about as well is trying to focus in on some of the areas of the city that are either experiencing a change in a stress, what I call a stress condition relative to a piece of land or a part of the city that hasn't been reused, for instance, for residential that much, but is now starting to be used more, would be interesting to do. So as an example, we've seen many projects over the past couple of years where pieces of land at major interchanges where you've got, significant mass transit, whether it's cars or trains, and how to create that livable condition there, and how to create that thermal comfort in that kind of condition as well, where you've got these extremes side by side. The other thing I was thinking about was with the increased focus on the missing middle, that might be an area for you to be prepared for, because it's possible that in a neighborhood where missing middle is being added, there's a fair amount of tree canopy. There may be a natural concern by people who live there that they'll lose that canopy, or they'll be put at risk by increasing density, and being able to get ahead of that and have those strategies voiced and in place to be able to do that would probably be very important, because if you can come out of the argument by saying, yes, we can have more people live here, it will still be a great place to live, and the thermal comfort that you enjoy now can be enhanced or can be replaced if there's something that is lost. I think those are the main questions or main comments I have. I guess the only other one I can add is how you would tie in with what appears to be an ongoing shortfall of green park amenity space versus population in the city. And I'm assuming that somehow you'll connect into that, because that problem is never going to go away. And in fact, it probably will become more dire or more extreme, and thermal comfort as that input into trying to turbocharge that effort would be very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Next, we'll have Margaret, Juhi, and George.
Thank you, Mr.
Not
Chair.
George. Margaret, Juhi, and Jessica.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm going to start by repeating something Gordon just said, because I really liked it, and I think it, hopefully if I say it again, it'll just put even more emphasis on it. I really like the end-to-end thinking. I'm going to use that phrase on this study. I think it's so far really well done and really well presented, and I too hope that it's a template for other studies in the future. So I commend you on that. What really resonates with me is the equity forward approach. Antonio, you spoke about that you want this to really be an implementable plan. I think we all, well, at least I share that hope. I really like the emphasis on mobility and even considerations for cyclists, and how you're trying to tie in the performance metrics and the mitigation measures. So a lot really resonated with me, and I think it's a really well done report so far. I I guess the one thought I have on the table of contents is, and I'm going to phrase it in the form of a question, even though if I really had a question, I guess I should have asked in the question period. But I'm going to phrase it in the form of a question because I know this work is still evolving, and I think you're probably going to flush this out through the process. But I do think it's important to have a direct sort of link between the guiding principles and the performance matrix. Seeing not oversimplifying the whole study, but just making sure that there's a direct connection between those guiding principles and the performance matrix, so that those using these guidelines will see a sort of a link from point A to point B, because I think that's what will make it implementable. And maybe that's sort of my only thought on the table of contents, but I think it's really well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Juhi, Jessica, and Olivia. So Juhi.
Thank you. Overall, yeah, I echo other panels and team members' comment. Overall, I really enjoyed reading the reports. I thought the terms were clear. What we meant by each focus area and different trends were really well defined. So, what we meant by shade versus shadow, etc. I am looking forward to how the 10 different metrics on page 30 that was the part of the table of content, how each of them will be defined and what will be the metrics to measure success and how they actually maybe are different from each of the focus areas as well, because I do think performance metrics should be different for the type of public services that we're looking at. I think I agree with Heather's statement on the performance-based metrics that are paired with the minimum prescriptive requirements. I think that would really solidify the outcome. And then one thing that I thought from the background research, which was really great, but I do think maybe it's more a testing within the implementations, whether a bit more case studies of specific sites needs to be done. Because we know, for example, a site in north of the city, south of the city, even if it's like the exact same density and same purpose, the conditions are slightly different. So I don't know if that would get too detailed, but just to do a sensitive analysis to understand if there's anything we need to tweak there. Finally, I think as part of the implementation, it would be great if we could also include a minimum study area that should be considered for different types of submissions. We know that some developments have impact beyond the project in review. We have seen projects that have had really great thermal comfort studies and was built so, and then 3 new developments come in completely changing the conditions of the great work that was done before. So I know this is not really easy, but if we are able to see it based on the scale of the development, where again, maybe asking them the application just to go beyond the property line. So maybe there is a site of significance next door, or maybe even a bicycle path, so that's given into the consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Juhi. Jessica, followed by Olivia, Eladia, and Jim. So Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the very clear documents you provided, and for all the work you've done to date. It's really an important study, and I thoroughly enjoyed reading the materials. For me, something that really stood out was this idea of really investing in studying the shoulder seasons. Really, when we look at extending comfort in these times, it talks about extending people's ability to be outdoors. And I think when you actually look at the benefits of having people, extending their time, or their outdoor time, if you will, the benefits of that are plentiful. So I think it's a really important part of this study. And it sort of made me think about addressing these various seasons, the hottest times of years and the coldest time. And so I started thinking about, well, how do you, if you had a singular space, what is prioritized in those spaces? I think the sort of metrics you've shown and sort of the scale is a great way to look at, how extreme are you getting from one end to the other. But if there were a space and, that, it's probably more in the case of a larger park. If you had to address, say, the top 2 issues, what would they be? So, or if you only had room to address 2 issues, is it
heat? Does that have the most impact, or is it providing, areas for respite from heat? So just something that came into mind. I also found the discussion around shade versus shadow really, really interesting. It starts to get into the differences in scale when you talk about these microclimates, and just as Juhi was just mentioning, that area of impact and how that can change depending on the development or the project you're looking at. I think it's a really important piece of the puzzle. Again, if you've got sort of other large contributors, if you will, to positive benefits nearby, are you impacting those, or can you strengthen that positive impact? And then finally, I do agree, I think, with Margaret, that having that direct connection between the guiding principles and the performance metrics is really going to strengthen the implementation potential of these guidelines. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Olivia.
Thank you. Like other panel members, I'm really excited by this work. It's really important work, and I wanted to thank you for your presentation. I'm really heartened to see that you've placed equity and social justice as important issues, and I would really push you to be even more explicit about environmental justice as a broader issue and one that is really central to this conversation. I think I would suggest you've done a lot of mappings in terms of and tying this issue into other environmental conditions, but I would also start to overlay some of these social justice aspects, including proximity to industry, flooding and vulnerability related to flooding, air pollution. You'll find that unfortunately these issues overlay with socioeconomic aspects. And on that note, Rowan, you mentioned that you were involving other city staff, which is really great. I would make sure that there are city staff involved in equity-related policies. So something like Toronto's Strong Neighborhood Strategy, which identifies the priority neighborhoods in Toronto, and making sure that the issues that these neighborhoods are experiencing can somehow be addressed in the future through the findings of this report. And then finally, I wanted to share two resources that you may or may not have looked at. So University of Toronto School of Cities is doing a lot of research on the intersection between climate change and social justice. In particular, the Towers in the Park study does a lot of these mappings that I mentioned. And then New York City's Office of Resiliency has done a study called Turning Up the Heat, which also highlights a lot of these similar issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Eladia and Jim. So starting with you, Eladia.
Hi, I just want to express a deep appreciation for the well-considered way this document has been put together and the absolute timeliness of the undertaking. Also, how critical it is, I think, that this work is integrated with the green standards that are being developed. And you've already said that you're liaising with that team, and I think that is a really, really critical relationship. I also wanted to bring forward sort of maybe a slightly different way of thinking about the guiding principle number 12. So guiding principle number 12, I actually have a huge problem with. The human-centric approach, I think, actually misses a really big and important piece of thermal comfort, which is that the reason we have environments that are inhospitable is because not that they're inhospitable to humans, but that they're inhospitable to life. And when we create life-centric spaces that are hospitable to all forms of life, we also create human comfort spaces. So I think this is something to really think hard about, because it could even, thinking about this in a different way, like perhaps a life-centric approach, could bring forward some different ways of thinking. For one example, it could become a performance metric for assessing the success of projects. If you take a look at, say, how that project is supporting vegetation, supporting insect life, supporting bird life, because often those creatures at the lower end of the life spectrum, like the lower end of the food chain, are kind of literally the canaries in the coal mine of whether a space is comfortable or not. And so if we enhance those spaces to the point where life thrives, it will create a comfortable environment for humans. And it's a very easy way of assessing it. So that is one way of thinking about things that I have not seen fully fleshed out in the report to date. Also, I think item 6, guiding principle number 6, is a really, really critical principle, because that interaction with water, how we treat water, and in particular, say, how, for example, thermal conditions such as snow and ice create the need right now in our current conventional design methods, create the need for huge additives of salt, which then completely eradicate vegetation, which then creates a very hot condition in summer, not to mention a very unpleasant condition in winter when you're walking through sort of slushy, dirty ice salt. That synergy, how do we treat water? Are there ways from a design standpoint where we could help minimize the use of salt on our streets, thus enhancing accessibility for people using mobility devices, people walking, people using bikes? All of these are detrimentally affected just by that one, utilization of salt. So thinking about those synergies very deeply, I think, is a great next step. Item 8 is also another really important one, building orientation and citing. Currently, when new towers are developed, frequently all 4 facades are identically treated, and that is not really conducive to thermal performance for the exterior environment as well as the interior environment. So I look forward to your findings there. Also, the point that I made earlier regarding leftover spaces, it could be that through your exploration, you could give development teams some option to look at off-site areas to enhance them and perhaps bring them into the urban experience of the intentionally designed spaces. Also, perhaps when infrastructure projects, for example, are developed, those spaces that are, say, traffic meridians or leftover spots that we don't think so much about, perhaps what could emerge here is a policy that would enhance the vegetation in those spaces, thus contributing to the overall thermal performance of the city as a whole. Even things like surface parking, those are big, giant frying pans, and they're really unpleasant to cross for pedestrians. They really are a detriment to the pedestrian experience of the city. So carefully exploring our ability to mitigate the detrimental effects of vehicular-focused design in order to make it possible for pedestrians and alternative transport methods to thrive. So like focusing in on how, for example, somebody waiting for a bus experiences the thermal environment in that particular zone. So I'm really curious how that will play out as well. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks, Lydia. And finally, Jim.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I would certainly agree it's a very timely and important study. Definitely resonates. The past 2 years have shown that the climate emergency is accelerating, so we absolutely need initiatives like this to minimize the heat island effect and to maximize livability in the city. The approach seems very logical, I think, in terms of not relying on past climatic patterns as a starting point. That was really good to see. I think with respect to the test sites, it'd be great to see a range of site sizes as well, just to make the guidelines as relatable as possible to different situations. in terms of the applicability, I think in terms of in addition to private developments and the street network, I would hope this would also apply to TTC facilities. People waiting for the bus need thermal comfort too in summer and winter. And I would definitely support Heather's comment regarding the performance metrics. And finally, Aladia's comment about the life-centric approach, I thought was really excellent. That was a big light bulb going off when she said that, and I would definitely support seeing that in the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, panel members, for your close read of the document and many insightful comments. I'm just going to recap a few. Yes, as you mentioned, Jim, life-centric approach. It does shine a bright light on a more holistic view of the way a guideline can be considered, at least the foundation of the guideline. And then going back to the very beginning, the quote from your own document, Toronto needs to find an innovative voice as a four-seasons city. Well, if you bring those two concepts together, those are powerful concepts that have emerged from this conversation. The notion that innovation would emerge from both performance and prescriptive standards, so that it can encourage more detailed study. And the idea that a range of scales in the case studies would be immensely beneficial. Just as an interesting note, the site that you've chosen is one of the rare ones in the city of Toronto that happens to have a 3.5-acre park, south-facing park in the city of Toronto. I think it's the last of the developments of that era, the superblock era, and I happen to live in an apartment there. So very familiar with the success of its south side and the problems, the very big problems of its north side. But a range of projects that aren't quite so well accommodated with outdoor space, like the majority of the rest of development since 1997 is likely to have been. We've heard from people suggesting, Gordon in particular, suggesting focusing on areas experiencing stress now, land at interchanges which are being developed, lands in malls which are being developed, and those extremes side by side are places that we often wonder, how are these worlds going to coexist properly? Those areas are being developed at a rapid pace now. And next, the hope that this kind of study will help give one more layer of reinforcement to overcoming the shortfall of park space, which we are experiencing throughout the city. There was lots of support for your table of contents, the clarity of it, the principles, but also reminding that there should be a direct link between the guiding principles and the performance metrics. Maybe there's so many good points, but maybe one more, which is the implementation of a minimum study area for these thermal comfort studies to take place, so that it recognizes the impact of the neighborhood beyond just the site. So with that brief summary of some of the very interesting comments that have occurred today, we have a little bit of time. We don't always do this, but since it's a city study, maybe there's an opportunity for a couple of minutes each from the study members to offer any response.
Ron, do you want to get us started?
Thank you. Thank you, the design panel members. Those are really very good comments. I truly enjoying listening and taking lots of notes on those, write down those good comments. And I think that's those are like a really very helpful for our stage 2, the test sites as the design work. And we can like really thinking about those guiding principles and how to like use those guiding principles link with the performance matrix, and also think about the test sites, how that's going to help the guidelines. and with various scale at a different scale level. And so thank you very much. I find it really helpful. Appreciate.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, and similarly, greatly appreciate all of the comments, both those that give us some confidence in the way that we're moving forward, and those that ask new questions that we can drill into. And I just hope that we can meet up to the expectations the next time we come in front of you. So thank you.
Thanks, Antonio.
And Bernardo.
Bernardo, anything from you?
Yeah, well, I think it's a very good comments. I think some of that is helping us now to tailor the program to answer some of those questions. I think they are quite valuable comments, and some of those we already started thinking, but then you reaffirming that is something that is good to think about. Then is just giving us more guidelines into that. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, very good. Well, with that, those final comments, thank you everyone for participating in the first session this afternoon. We're going to take a 10-minute break, I think, to 2:35, and when we'll start the next session. And I believe, Gordon, you're chairing the next session.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you at 2:35.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Hi, Meredith. Do we have everybody here?
I think so. I think we're ready to go.
Excellent. Okay, let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. This is the second of 3 sessions in this meeting today, and the project is East Harbor Phase 1, Tower 1B, 21 Don Roadway. And I want to start by thanking members from the Waterfront Toronto panel joining us this afternoon. I understand that Gina Ford and Peter Busby are here. Thank you very much for joining us today. The review that we're about to see, first of all, as I mentioned, this is a joint Waterfront Toronto and City of Toronto Design Review Panel review. As such, there will be lots of formal discussion. We'll have a full meeting, but there will be no vote taken at the end because this is a joint panel. That said, there will be lots of comments that will come through. This is a project that has come before us before, but not as a single block. We have seen the project come before us more as a master plan or a strategic vision for this part of the city. We are devoting 1 hour and 25 minutes, a little bit more time than usual for the review. And the staff will be given 10 minutes for their presentation, and the proponent team will be given 20 minutes. And in each case, when there's 1 minute left, I'll sort of gently butt in and tell you that you have 1 minute left, and then we'll have discussion following the presentations. I just wanted to remind everybody that, as usual, our sessions are recorded, but we are now also including live streaming via YouTube. And that this recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. If you have any questions, need more information, Meredith would be happy to provide that to you. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by going through a roll call, and it's just to make sure that all of the panel members that are attending this afternoon are here, and then if you could let me know that if you're here and if you have a conflict of interest. And we're going to start first of all with Gina.
Hello, everyone. My camera is not functional today. I apologize. I'm not on screen, but I'm here and very excited to see the work. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us, Gina. Peter.
Yeah, Peter Busby. I'm a 10-year veteran of Toronto Waterfront Design Review Panel and an architect based in Vancouver. And I'm very interested to see how this progresses.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
I might just say I'm a landscape architect and new to the committee, a new person, so you're getting a pretty wide range. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both. Heather.
Here and no conflict. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Michael.
Here and no conflict.
Olivia.
Here, no conflict.
Anna.
Here and no conflict.
And Aladia.
Here, no conflict.
Great. And I think I've caught everybody. Is there any other panel member out there that I have not mentioned? Hearing none, then we'll get started. The city, I believe you have your presentation up on the screen right now. So 10 minutes, 9-minute mark. I'll let you know that you have 1 minute left. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, panel members. My name is Ran, and together with my colleague Shanna, we're going to share some context information about Phase 1 of East Harbor with you, which is a project in front of you. Next, please. This is a project that has been at the DRP previously, and it was known formally as the Unilever Precinct Master Plan. On 2017, the Master Plan and Planning Framework was presented for the first time to the panel, and comments were focused on the desire of creating a new employment district that is innovative, reflective of new workplace trends, and includes a variety of quality public spaces and amenities. Later on 2018, Phase 1 was presented, and it consisted in the first building to be developed, which is the adaptive reuse of the soap factory building. Comments were focused on placemaking and improving the site porosity and polygram around the transit station. Next, please. Since then, some changes to the project have occurred. The Unilever Planning Framework and Secondary Plan was adopted by Council in 2018, but in 2022, earlier this year, a ministerial zoning order was approved to introduce residential uses to the precinct. Next, please. Despite this, the vision and fundamental design principles established in the approved planning framework and secondary plan still applies and will continue to guide the East Harbor development, which includes policies in transportation, public realm, infrastructure, employment, built form, and sustainability. Next, please. Policies in public realm focuses on creating a network of diverse open spaces that are interconnected within and beyond the study area and provide a range of experiences and activities, as you can see the diagram. Open space design will celebrate local history and culture, frame important views and vistas, and shape an identity for the precinct. Next, please. In the area of transportation, the policies aim to create a network that will comprise of a logical hierarchy of streets, each one with a specific function. This network will define the fine-grained fabric in which development and public spaces will occur. The hierarchy of streets in the precinct will include Broadview Avenue as the signature street, which will function as a civic spine and main local transit corridor. Street design will accommodate the high volume of pedestrian movement to and from the transit hall. Major streets such as Wood Avenue and New Street E serve an important vehicular movement function, but will also provide a generous public realm to support animated uses like retail and entertainment. Street E specifically will be an important retail street in the precinct and is identified as an animation zone. Next, please. Additional policies in transportation focuses on creating attractive, inviting, and friendly environments for pedestrians and cyclists. In special, parking, loading, servicing, all these functions will be internalized within buildings and connected by an underground circulation system accessed from local streets. I will pass it now to my colleague Shanna to speak about sustainability policy.
Thank you, Ran. This chart shows the accelerated timelines for the Toronto Green Standard implementation, responding to the December 2021 City Council adoption of the Net Zero by 2040 climate strategy. The new versions of the TGS build on previous versions and increase performance measures. So for example, Tier 2 for version 3 becomes the new baseline of Tier 1 for version 4. Tier 1 is required through the planning approval process. The higher levels of Tiers 2 to 4 are voluntary. The Unilever secondary plan adopted by Council included ambitious plans to address sustainability and targeted the highest levels of TGS, including aiming for near zero emissions in new construction. The site plan for this building, which is before you today, Building 1B, was received in April 2022, so falls under version 3 of the Toronto Green Standards. The applicant is proposing to meet Toronto Green Standard version 3, Tier 1, which is mandatory. All applications received after May 1st, 2022 will fall under TGS version 4. Buildings are the greatest source of GHG emissions in Toronto. Every new building that is constructed today will contribute to Toronto's climate future. Next slide, please. As previously noted, in July 2018, City Council enacted the Unilever secondary plan and site-specific zoning bylaws to guide the renewal and reinvention of this area from an industrial and manufacturing past to a vibrant urban office district. This plan included all employment uses with permission for a maximum of up to 926,000 square meters of employment development, the retention of the Unilever soap factory building as the anchor and gateway of the district, 2 transit plazas as arrival points and gateways into the district, 1 public park on the southwest corner of the site, and a defined street network. Also anticipated was a multi-use trail connection across the river, which would hug the southern edge of the transit hub corridor and land somewhere in the vicinity of the site on the flood protection landform dry side. On April 8th, yes, thanks, next slide. On April 8th, 2022, a ministerial zoning order was issued for East Harbor, which added residential permissions to the site and the associated density. The new framework includes an additional 302,000 square meters of residential development, or approximately 4,300 residential uses. This is in addition to the 926,000 square meters of employment density approved in 2018. Next slide, please. In addition to the residential land use and density permissions, the MZO establishes the maximum permitted heights and setbacks for buildings and the number of towers permitted in each quadrant. Next slide, please. The main difference between the 2008 approved master plan and the plan permitted by the MZO are the addition of residential uses, the addition of 8 towers for a total of 17 towers on the site, additional parkland for a total of 7,000 square meters of park distributed again across 2 different park blocks, the construction of a community recreation center, the securing of 5% of the residential units as affordable housing units to be secured for 99 years, and the removal of the soap factory building. Next slide, please. The review of the site plan is happening concurrently with the review of the draft plan of subdivision for East Harbor. The first phase of the draft plan of subdivision will include the area shown in pink on the left slide. This delivers a number of pieces of public infrastructure, including a portion of the Broadview Avenue extension, New Street E, and the flood protection landform, which is on the west edge of the site. The slide on the right shows the scope of the site plan application for Building 1B, which does not include the flood protection landform, which will remain in public ownership. And as mentioned before, there will also be a multi-use trail and bridge that connects over the Don River and will land on the, it will hug the rail corridor. It'll just be south of the rail corridor, so it'll be on the bridge will land on the northwest portion of the site. And next slide, I'm going to hand this back over to my colleague, Ran.
Yes, so the focus of this session is on the first phase, the site plan of Building 1B, which for us is a critical piece for the success of the East Harbor development, not only because of the prominent location of the building, but also because it anchors the open space structure and delivers key components of the public realm, such as the transit plaza, which is the arrival gateway for public transit users, the corridor for the future multi-use trail that connects to the west of the Don River and the Corton Common, the central and biggest open space in the precinct, and the private street that connects all these open spaces, and it's envisioned as a wooner.
Ran, you have 1 minute left.
Sure. Next, please. Given the importance of this first phase, we would like the panel to comment on these design issues. Does the proposed design of the open spaces and pubs integrate with the surrounding context in a meaningful way and provide a diversity of programming and uses that are animated? Does the proposed private street and vehicle driveway access enhance pedestrian and cycling connectivity and the public realm along adjacent public streets? Does the proposal, including the open space design, celebrate and connect with the industrial legacy and unique character of the area? And does the proposal reflect the city's accelerated timeline to achieve net zero emissions by 2040 and its target to reduce energy consumption? Next, please. With that, we thank you, and I'll pass it now to the applicant team to go through the details of the proposal.
Great, thank you very much. While the proponent team is getting set up, I just want to let everybody know that from the proponent team, we have representation from KPF Architects, OJB, Urban Strategies, and Adamson Associates. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. Let us know when you're ready. And as soon as you are ready, you'll have 20 minutes. The 19-minute mark, I'll let you know you have a minute left.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Yu. I'm here speaking on behalf of Cadillac Fairview, and we're really excited to be here today to present our plans for one of the first buildings at East Harbor, Building 1B, AAA office tower, which we hope will help kick off the transformation of this industrial site into a vibrant new mixed-use community, which accommodates jobs and enables Toronto's future employment growth. Thank you for the introduction for the world-class project team we have here today. And allow me to turn it over to Ben Hoff from Urban Strategies to take it away.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. I'm just, I'll be walking through the first part of the agenda very briefly, setting the site context, much of which was already actually set up by city staff. So thank you, Ryan and Sean. So I'll speak to site context and turn it over to the design team to speak to the design concepts themselves. Next slide. I think, you know, as many are aware, East Harbor will be a really important node in the eastern waterfront. The eastern waterfront itself is really rapidly emerging as one of the most exciting areas of in the city for development of new parks, open space, transit, and new communities within that. And so this first phase of development right next to the transit station is a big step in realizing this larger waterfront vision, and we're really excited to have your feedback on that today. Next slide. So as was seen, I think you've seen this now 4 times or so, this plan, but the approved mixed use master plan is really an evolution of the 2018 approval, and that it addresses one of the key concerns for the approval, which was that it didn't have a mix of office and residential uses. And one of the key comments we received on the plan from the DRP. The plan itself, though, is in evolution. It continues to carry forward the notion of 4-sided buildings that are set within an integrated public realm, including protecting for and expanding on the POPs and parkland spaces in the original approvals. So the plan was developed with a series of public and stakeholder committee meetings hosted in 2021, 2022, and delivers on the objectives of the previous plan, but expanding on the contributions specifically to provide more parkland, the community center that was referenced, affordable housing, 2 new city-owned daycares, more public art funding, and other off-site funds for community infrastructure. Next slide. So as illustrated here, the plan really follows the same structure of streets, blocks, and open spaces, including the expansion of some parks and POP spaces within the development site. And it remains consistent with the precinct plan and secondary plan structure. Next slide. The network also, the open space network also continues to align with that broader pattern of open spaces, including a green edge leading to the river's mouth at the Villiers Island, a new park across from McCleary Park that kind of reaches down to touch down to Tommy Thompson Park with the redevelopment of the Portlands, extending north to Corktown Commons and along the Don River Trail, and then integration with the East-West Martin Goodman Trail and the open spaces along that corridor. So there's a very much kind of a consistency in connecting with the surrounding public realm network, and particularly the exciting moves happening in the at the mouth of the Don. From a pedestrian and cycling perspective, these connections, the connections from outside continue to extend within the site, including the formal bike and pedestrian spaces protected on Broadview and East Harbor Boulevard, as well as the flood protection landform, but then complemented by internal connections through the blocks and around the 4-sided buildings. Next slide. This shows quadrant 1, and specifically this image illustrates the first phase of development, which actually delivers a whole lot of the required infrastructure to unlock the overall area, including the extension of Broadview, the extension of portion of East Harbor, the flood protection landform, and the new transit station, which is being delivered by others but integrated into the development. So a lot of that infrastructure comes right off the start. And then next slide shows building 1B and the extent outlined in black of the site plan area, which and building B itself is also needed to deliver much of the public realm for quadrant 1, as well as the parking and below grade access and a new private driveway across the site, which provides access to for local access to the buildings and to the transit hub within the block. But the driveway itself is expected to have low traffic flows and be integrated within the landscape and can be closed at times. And with that, I'll turn it over to KPF to discuss the design itself.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Trent Tesh. I'm a design principal at Cohn Pedersen Fox Architects, and here to super excited to be a part of this wonderful project. And just want to start off by talking to you about the major design principles of the scheme. that we really want to connect and relate the building to the public realm and surrounding community. So that's a big part of what we're trying to do here. We want to contribute to the unique identity of East Harbor while referencing the district's relationship to the downtown core. And also we want to honor the industrial character of the site. So if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see our kind of fascination with the kind of the industrial character of the soap factory. We have worked really hard at imagining sort of a building that is inspired by the industrial character. We've created something that is not a big glassy object, but something that has scale and character and texture. And so if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see how we're interpreting some of those ideas in the form of some of the details of our building. The texture of the existing building was very inspirational to us, and you can see some of the details that are emerging in this slide. Next slide. But fundamentally, just to take a step back, we think it's really important to create a building that responds very clearly to each of the sides of the site. So walking around, you can see we have a very, you'll see in a second that we have a very clear connection to the transit hub and retail corridor. The transit pops and entry plaza, we feel like we have a strong connection to our lobby on that side. And the ceremonial lobby really does relate and connect to the East Harbor Plaza on the south side. And then really we've kind of tapered and connected the scale of the building down on the southwest side to really relate to the flood protection zone on the west side. Next slide. And so you can see these formal moves. We created a notch on the tower form that introduced sort of a connection to the tower to the podium. We've introduced key features that we feel break down the scale of the building. And we're really trying to be honest and clear about the way that the building relates. So we're expressing the structural grid of the project. Go to the next slide, please. The key stats, it's a AAA office tower. It's 45 stories tall. The overall GFA is 114,700 square meters. The typical tower floor plate, the body of the tower is around 2,500 square meters. And then we have a transit pops plaza on the east side of the building at 1,000 square meters. Next. And then the ground floor plan, very clearly, it's a center core building. The lobby, we feel it's very important to connect to the transit hub on the north side of the building, but it also kind of wraps around to the south side of the building. And we've created zones inside that lobby that are animated that space. So we have a retail lounge, sort of a cafe on the north side. We think there's an idea about introducing some kind of a gallery space that's adjacent to the Pops Plaza on the east. And then at the heart of the building, we create sort of this sort of living room. We're calling it a living room that really relates to the plaza on the south side. We've got retail on the north side. There are planned to be smaller retail zones on the north side of the building related to the retail corridor, and then a bigger F&B space on the south side. Next. And here you can see a view of the podium from the southeast, and the scale of the podium. We kind of linked it to the scale of the existing soap facility. Next. And then this is a view of the southern facade of the podium building, and you can kind of see what I meant by the way that the building steps down and kind of relates a little bit more to the kind of the way that the site is laid out. We've created a building that is not all glass. It's got fenestration, so there's quite a bit of texture and detail on the facade. Next. And then features, these features that we're really trying to link and connect to the kind of industrial history of the site. These are special spaces in the kind of the notch of the building that are tenant driven, but they really do kind of, you'll see them, we've kind of scaled them so that they're visible from downtown Toronto. And you can kind of see how we're kind of connecting that fabric through a frit pattern on a glass wall to help solar conditions there in that space. Next. And then on the north side, this is the view of the lobby that connects to the transit hub. The image on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, we're really kind of crafting the storefronts and creating more human-scaled and intimate spaces along that retail corridor. Next. And finally, really just showing you the overall impression of the building as it relates to the site, as it relates to downtown Toronto, as it relates to the new transit facility, and how that building kind of positions itself in the public realm. And at this point, I'd like to hand it over to Charlie Catlett from OJB to look at the public realm itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Trent. I'm Charlie Catlett, Design Director at OJB Landscape Architecture, and we're going to walk through the pedestrian experience and really the public realm that is a substantial piece of the 1B building. Really a large proportion of the public realm is being brought online for the entire quadrant of the first phase with 1B. And as you'll see in this diagram, just to give you a quick overview of the pedestrian circulation, you'll be entering the site from the transit hub, from Broadview, and then we also have a vehicular entrance that drops you off at the lobby of 1B. On the west side of the site, we have connections to the Greenway. That's your bicycle entry. But again, looking at the pedestrian circulation that goes around the four sides of the building. The next slide. And really what we've worked towards is creating a variety of open spaces from very active urban edge on the transit and the Broadview side to a more landscaped retreat green on the FPL Don River side of the project. And it all kind of comes together as this large plaza, that's East Harbor Plaza in the middle. And that breaks down into a bunch of different rooms and programmable spaces that relate to the building and to the landscape to enhance this pedestrian experience and the public realm. The goal is to create the lively neighborhood and on day one, and to give this a lot of energy. Next slide. And so the site plan, this detailed site plan here, you can start to see the materiality that we're using and the landscape on this plan. And as we go through, we'll highlight the larger spaces with one, the East Harbor Plaza, kind of the central heart of the site. Two, that's the vehicular drop-off. That's your entry into the main lobby of the building. Three is the transit hub. It's the Pop Plaza. There's going to be a lot of circulation getting people onto the site and to the building entry. Four is what we're calling the retail corridor. It relates to a lot of the program that's going on inside of the building edge right here. Five, we have more of a garden room, a retreat that people can come and experience with a large seating amphitheater on the edge. Six is an event lawn, another space that is flexible that people can use. And then you can see on 7 is the FPL. It's the passive green. It's the trail network and pedestrian bike circulation. Next slide. So we wanted to bring you down to ground level so that you can see the pedestrian experience. And this is walking towards the East Harbor Plaza, which is be on your left-hand side, and the building 1B on your right. That's activated on the edges through potentially F&B, but this leads you through the site, an alley of trees that provides shade throughout, and then you can start to see the materiality of the potential pavilion in East Harbor Plaza and how that relates back to the kind of industrial past. Next slide. So going to the kind of edge of the site, looking back at the East Harbor Plaza, this would be like an everyday use of the plaza, where you could have flexible furniture that invites people in the building out into the plaza. It supports the programming happening on the ground floor, but a variety of different seating, fixed and flexible, but also this space is meant to be an event space, a flex space that you could set up. Next slide. And this zooms back overlooking the kind of softer green side of the site. So on the right, you have your event lawn. On your left, you have these garden rooms, this amphitheater seating. On the south there, you have the FPL and the pedestrian and bicycle kind of connection to the site, and how that relates to the side of 1B, and then the East Harbor Plaza kind of there on your left-hand side of the screen. All right, next slide. This brings you back down to ground level. This is a look at that event lawn. It's a softer piece of the site that allows people to come out here, have a variety of different events and flex space. And this is the kind of the green edge, the soft space, shaded outdoor seating on your left. And then you can see the terrace court overlooking the lawn, and the plaza in the background with the potential pavilion. Next slide. And then as we go to these, smaller, more passive spaces, groups of 4 to 5 can experience this garden room, this garden lawn, and then we have this gesture, this serpentine amphitheater seating element that holds the edge of the site. It's meant to be a civic gesture that connects people to these garden rooms. Next slide. And then as we go around to the other side of the building, the transit hub entry, this is right off of Broadview and the building entry. You can see that we've created these smaller little courts that give people an opportunity to sit and dwell as you're moving through the site into the building and into the transit hub.
And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about sustainability, health, and wellness. And what I found is that Cadillac Fairview takes the long-term view of ownership, development, and management of its assets. And this can often be a point of strategic differentiation for our buildings. And with this holistic approach in mind, we've considered our ongoing commitment for the operation of the tower long-term, particularly as it relates back to health, wellness, and environmental sustainability. So in addition to targeting LEED and WELL certifications, this building has been designed to connect people with the natural world, offering comfortable access to outdoors, fresh air, and views. And this can be seen with a substantial investment in the public realm, as Charlie mentioned, the multitude of terraces on the podium, as well as the enclosed cubes up the tower. Finally, I'd like to highlight the building envelope design, and as has been seen from Trent, the articulation of the facade is, yes, it's a nod to the industrial character of the site, and yes, it's a truly unique departure from the standard glass box approach. But equally as important, the introduction of a higher solid to glazing ratio also plays a critical role in reducing cooling loads for the building, improving energy efficiency, and lowering greenhouse gas emissions. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time today and hand it back to Ben. Our team is happy to discuss any questions that you may have. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you. And just to let you know, you have 1 minute left.
Perfect.
You're fine?
That completes the presentation, so did it early.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Next, we're going to move on to questions of clarification, and these are questions of clarification from panel members, and it can be directed towards the proponent team and or the city staff. So panel members, if you could just raise your virtual hands and we'll get started. I have Olivia and then Heather.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I'm wondering if you can clarify the materiality of the facade. You mentioned a few times that you have a lower window to wall ratio, and the renderings look very glassy to me. So I just wanted some clarification on materials and also whether your energy targets are at tier 1.
So Trent, I think that was for you.
Yeah, I can answer the materiality question. I don't know if we can. I don't know if it's worth it to call up an image or, but for at any rate, it's a high performance glass curtain wall, and you can see by the rendering that there's a degree of solidity that makes the building that has insulation in the vertical component of the curtain wall. which is, and it also, so that's an aluminum member, a painted aluminum member. So that basically helps to right size the mechanical systems of the building. So there is a benefit to having more solidity on the facade. I don't know if there's, Jenna, if you want to add to that, or
perhaps Trent. We also have Lyle Scott with Footprint for the members, who can maybe speak more to the energy performance.
Sure. I guess first off, on the glazing ratio, I think your question is a bit of a compliment, because even though this is the lowest glazing ratio for an office tower that I have seen, period, in my career, I'm pleased to hear that it is still looking, more typical. So perhaps that's a detail that only the design team will know. We are achieving a higher level of performance than Tier 1 from an energy perspective. We're still in an early stage, though, of the design. We haven't really done a deep dive into the mechanical systems to really be able. That's going to, of course, be a work in progress.
Okay. Olivia, did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on next to Heather, then Gina, and Eladia.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just wondering, maybe if we can pull up page 27, which roofs are occupiable by people in the project? I'm wondering if your beige and green are actually an indication of maybe beige are where people are invited. And oh, you know what? I think your presentation is a bit different than this. Yeah, it's this diagram.
There it is.
Yeah.
Trent, could you speak to that one, please?
yeah, the ones that are green, those are sort of a sedum roof, and the ones that are in beige are occupiable.
Okay. Okay, great. And then I was wondering, I've got a number of questions. Sorry. I wonder about the extent of the underground work in phase 1. I'm not sure if someone can clarify. Are you guys building an underground that goes all the way, extends all the way to East Harbor Boulevard?
Perhaps I can direct that one to Greg at Adamson. Greg, does it make sense for you to take that?
Yeah, sure. So the underground and sort of the permanent works of the basement are, I'm going to need some help from the cursor here. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you just had your hand in the right place. Right at the, yes. And then you just said sort of west across there, straight across to the FPL. So it's a big chunk of real estate. There's also a ramp that then goes down the west side of that the Western Future Development building. So there is a big chunk of the quadrant that has the substructure that's built out underneath this building.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the next two questions are in part for the city. I'm just wondering, it looks like the multi-use trail is still within the project, but it looks like it's within the city-owned flood protection zone. So I just wanted a quick answer on whether that's true. And then the timing of the station and the development. I'm just wondering if the station is coming first and then the development, or if someone could just enlighten us on that.
Perhaps I can speak to both of those. I'm not sure. Were you referring to the multi-use, the bike and pedestrian corridor along the flood protection landform, or along the south on the Martin Goodman Trail?
Maybe let's say both, but I was originally asking about the one along the river in the flood protection zone that was in the original proposal, and now I'm just making sure it's still there.
Yes. Short answer is it's still there. So the flood protection landform is will accommodate a multi-use trail that extends from Lakeshore Boulevard and then extends north and then crosses the Don River to Corkdown Commons. The crossing point is part of the station design process that's being led by Metrolink. So that still hasn't been, the final details haven't been worked out, but the trails to provide a continuous bike and pedestrian connection along the FPL with opportunities to then plug into the East Harbor site at multiple points. That while we say flood protection landform, really the FPL is kind of flat in relation to the development. So it's not like you're going up a hill to get onto it or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it is intended to be seamless connection from Martin Goodman all the way through and over to Corktown. Now I've, oh, sorry, your second question was the timing of the transit station. Yeah. So I believe that the timing for the transit station is for construction to begin in 2023. You know, I think everyone knows this site and context fairly well, whether you've seen it from the Gardner or experienced it on the ground. The site is right now isolated, and so transit access is key to opening an office building of this scale. So from a construction perspective, they may happen in parallel, but practically speaking, without the transit station and Broadview Avenue extending through here, it doesn't have the same connectivity to the city that's needed for such a significant office. So, but from a timing perspective, yeah, the construction of this office could potentially start in 2025, but subject to market conditions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Okay, it'll be next Gina, Aladia, Peter, and Michael. Gina, the table's yours.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you for that. You partially just explained this, Benjamin, the grading. I was just wondering if someone could describe just what the grading is along the cross section through the plaza to the water from Broadview through. Is it entirely flat that whole way?
Perhaps I can direct that one to Charlie. Charlie or Greg?
Yeah, no, that's fine. The site is flat from essentially, I don't know if you have a plan, from Broadview all the way over to the kind of crest of the FPL. There'll be minor topography changes in the landscape to add some dimensionality to it, but the cross section is relatively flat. So we hit that crest, that FPL. Yeah, there you go.
And then beyond that to the waterfront, does it go down, or is it's still flat further west? Just trying to get a sense of the cross section all the way to the water.
I think there is some change in topography. Once we get to that, it starts to go down.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, this is Ran. May I just add that on the north side of the site, where you see close to the transit hub, and then the transit plaza, and then the retail space between the transit hub and the building 1B, there's some change of the topography there because of the expansion of the Broadview, and the change might be significant because there would be some there's some ramps and stairs that will be needed, and that's under discussion how to reconcile that difference in grading between Broadview and the rest of the open space. And then one thing that I wanted to add regarding Heather's question, I don't know if you were also asking for the access of the multi-use. There's a multi-use trail that goes all the way on the flood protection landform, but it also lands towards the perpendicularly towards the transit station. There's a portion of it that will be envisioned to connect directly into the station, which is also considered part of the multi-use trail. Thank you.
Okay. Gina, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
It did. And panel members, just let you know, we are taking a bit more time with the questions, and I'll have a limit on time that you spend when we have discussion. But since this is a pioneer project in this particular development, the questions are worthwhile and the answers are excellent as well. On to Eladia, then Peter and Michael. Eladia.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I have a couple questions. First, in November 2017 and then again in November 2018, there was a big emphasis on retaining the soap factory building as well as potentially 2 other heritage buildings. And perhaps I missed this. If I have, I really apologize. But I was just curious what happened because I think they're being completely removed now.
Anthony, I'll turn that question over to you.
Sure thing. So the decision for the removal of the soap factory building was related to the transit-oriented community's ministerial zoning order and speaks on the master plan to building 1A, which is a separate building design from 1B, which we're talking about. But I think it's worth noting that we've done a lot of investigation on the site and in the building itself since Cadillac Fairview acquired the site. And what we've determined is that the building itself is in poor structural and environmental condition, both of which are deteriorating and pose potential risks to human health and safety. In addition to that, the lands below the soap factory are environmentally contaminated, and retention of the building would preclude our ability to deliver an entirely clean site. And as mentioned earlier today, preclude the ability to deliver a fulsome quadrant-wide below-grade facility. And so for those reasons, we've elected to remove the soap building from our master plan.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate that background. Second question, is there any sort of design moves to physically retain any parts of the existing industrial site amenities, buildings, outbuildings, infrastructure, et cetera? Just curious because in one of your renderings, you sort of show almost like, looks like a relocate of one of the buildings with sort of this industrial chimney. It does appear that that existing building is actually under the footprint of your new tower. So maybe I'm not sure if I'm reading it right because actually none of the drawings show the location of the existing buildings. And then there's, I don't know, like a water tower and some interesting pipe on the building. So I'm just curious if there's any thinking on the design team's part to selectively retain elements, even if the building itself can be retained.
So absolutely, we've undertaken a study, an inventory, and a catalog of everything that exists on site today. There's a lot that's very interesting. You mentioned the water tower and some of the smaller structures on site, as well as maybe even artifacts in and around the buildings themselves. I think as much as we'd like to preserve as much as possible, we do have to draw that fine line between what is safe and not impactful to human health based on the sort of heavy industrial use that was taking place on the site, and what can be, I guess, responsibly reappropriated for use on the site. And so more to come on that as we continue to study.
Great. I just have one final question. Is there any renderings of the transit hub connection, the nature of that space?
So I think we had one shot from the POPs, but in fairness, it faces the building away from the transit hub, as we don't have a sort of a clear line of sight as to the design of the transit hub today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you both. On to Peter and then Michael.
Yeah, I just, on Eladia's last question, I had the same question. I have two questions. This first one is, so could you put up a ground floor pedestrian plan showing that northeast corner connection to the transit hub? It's a large station. There are many people coming in and out of it. Ben, could you put up a plan or something?
Yeah, Tony, I think
Tony,
maybe the circulation diagram from Charlie's section.
Yeah, I just want to know, exactly where the portal and the transit station is in relation to your project. There will literally be thousands of people pouring in and out of that every day. So what's the actual detail going on there?
Yeah, perhaps I'll speak to that, and other members of the team may jump in. So unfortunately, the transit station design is still underway. Metrolinx has taken that over and is currently working to refine that. And I think part of the site plan process here will be continue to respond to the emerging design, which will occur during the same time frame as the site plan approval. So it's not going to happen after the fact. But to answer your question, you can see where the blue on this plan is the transit hub, where the tracks are raised for both the GO RER and the Ontario line.
Yeah.
And what happens is where those two pink arrows extend perpendicular through the blue transit hub, on both sides of Broadview Avenue, there's a significant, that's where the main transit space is, where people come and go. And a lot of actually transfer between the two modes because one then diverts up through the Queen Street corridor and the other one continues to Union Station. So there's a lot of transfers that have to be accommodated within the building. And then a whole lot of outflow of pedestrians accessing East Harbor and the streetcar that will run through Broadview Avenue into the waterfront and then to the downtown or up to Broadview Station. So there's a very significant generosity in space within that blue box that we'll see in the design that emerges. And then there's a significant crush space within Broadview Avenue. So it's not just a street edge that already in 2018, there was secured pop spaces along both sides of Broadview Avenue for that transit crush space. So it's 1,000 square meters on either side of Broadview is protected at minimum for the crush space along Broadview. And that's in addition to then the kind of secondary access points along that southern edge of the transit hub that then provide access, towards the FPL or into the block along that retail edge.
Right. Okay. Well, that answers my question. I'm just thinking about the chaos at Union Station at 8 o'clock in the morning, and have you allowed enough space? But 10,000 square meters is quite generous. My second question is very simple. What's the EUI of the project?
Sorry, Peter, I may have misspoke. Because when you said 10,000 square meters, it's 1,000 square meters on each side of Broadview. So 2,000 square meters total, which is actually the reference point for that to get into the history is actually the square in front of the main entrance to Union Station. We were trying to kind of create that same size of space, but split on both sides of the street. So it is 2,000 square meters, not 10,000.
Okay. And then my second question is a very simple one. What's the EUI anticipated to be?
Sorry, what's the EUI? I'm not.
Yeah, and it's not addressed to you. It says it's the energy measure.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, that is still something that we're working on. We're well exceeding the Tier 1 requirement.
Okay, but
why is exceeding?
You probably have an idea.
So yeah, we're a handful of different versions, but if I was to toss a number out there, 100 is about some of the numbers that we've seen, depending on different scenarios.
And do you have a zero carbon target as well?
Again, we're at an early stage, so we're evaluating a bunch of different design options, but we haven't focused as much on the mechanical central plant yet. The focus has been more on what's been presented today.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. And last but not least, Michael.
Thanks, Gordon. Maybe my questions were going to be a follow-up on what Peter asked. What maybe it'll help to know, remind me of, is this a site plan application phase or is it much before site plan application?
So it's
Site plan is being submitted.
sorry, yeah, this is what we're seeing today is the site plan application. It's happening concurrently with the review of the draft plan of subdivision. The sort of the massing and the building positioning, which you would normally see in a zoning application, has been set by the ministerial zoning order.
So the reason I'm asking is that at a site plan application, we're usually expecting to see a strong commitment to materiality and everything to do with the materiality in this building, including all the materials that come down to grade, are intrinsically related to the questions that Peter was asking, which has to do with an overall strategy toward energy that would influence your success, full ability to achieve a zero carbon building, which I guess it's something that everybody should be considering now. So if you're at SPA and these are and we're getting unclear answers at this stage, it would suggest that it's maybe not ready for SPA, or it is, or that there's been a commitment to not follow as a low emissions or zero emissions track for a building in 2022. So I guess the question is, if it's at SPA, then you have, then what we're seeing today, the glazing ratios, materialities, these are firm commitments at an SPA level. Is that correct?
Who can answer that?
Perhaps I'll jump in there in terms of process. Site plan is the more detailed level of assessment where many of these questions are answered. You're absolutely correct, Michael. The question is at what point in time in the process, and typically at a submission in terms of submission timing, the energy model it actually comes at the second round submission, and then so there's confirmation of the building itself and some of the higher level details with the detailed energy modeling then coming through in second round submissions. It's typically the practice in terms of how buildings kind of move through the site plan process, which isn't, as we all know, isn't just a one-off process. There's a variety of iterations along the way.
Maybe I can ask the question. I'm sorry, Gordon. Is there a commitment to full electrification for this building type?
Anthony, I'll turn that one to you.
Yeah, I think just to comment on your question and the one previous, speaking to questions of materiality and glazing, that's certainly information and detail that we've been able to provide and can speak to now. I suspect, and Lyle can confirm, our hesitancy to speak to final energy numbers at this point is due to pending decisions on electrical and mechanical systems, which at this point in the SPA process we have not yet landed the plane on. So Lyle, I think this is where you were trying to go.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I'll suggest is that this is a complex site. Think about all the buildings that are involved. It's possibly one of the most complex analysis that we've seen in recent history.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add one quick question. You've described the landscape plan. It's rich with amenities. And I just had the question about, could you clarify how you're mitigating this, what will be a significant public gathering area with active and passive uses? How do you mitigate that against the key expressway to the west and the major transit line to the north? What measures does your design include?
Perhaps Charlie, you want to take that one?
Yeah, if you could maybe bring up the landscape site plan. Are you specifically referring to the East Harbor Plaza, the one in the middle?
I'm referring to that, but the whole assembly, including that this looks like it's going to be a major focal point within the overall development. And if you could just identify how, for instance, the fairly heavily trafficked Don Valley Parkway and the transit line, which is immediately to the north, how do you mitigate those in terms of noise pollution and other types of pollution relative to public use there? How do you get can you tell us how you're getting a high quality public realm there and in turn mitigating against these two conditions?
I think with the way that we've seen the site, and as you can see on the west side, the FPL, it's the heavy screening, the heavy landscape, using topography to mitigate that edge, to create the soft and the screening, the visual separation that you're referring to. I think on the east side, what we've done in the design is taken a very urban approach to the hardscape and the materiality and the plazas to allow for a lot of pedestrian circulation to happen and to circulate around the building. And a lot of that focus is going to be on the durability of the hardscape and the built-in site furnishings, and allowing large walkways for pedestrian traffic to kind of flow through.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, we're going to move on to panel discussion next. I understand there are seven panel members. We asked more questions, but I think the questions were really, really good. It was very important. This is an important project. So I'm going to suggest if each person could self-manage their time, I'd say no more than 4 minutes each, 3 to 4 minutes each. That would be great. And what I'm going to do, we'll start with Gina and then Peter, and then on to Anna, Heather, Olivia, Eladia, and then Michael. Gina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And would someone mind bringing up a site plan? It's oh so helpful just to see it while we're talking, if that's possible. I agree. I think speaking as a landscape architect, I think the landscape seems really intelligent around having enough flexible space, but also having intimate spaces. I think I asked the question about topography just because it was really unclear from the presentation. The relationships that I think have come up in this discussion around edges and how this relates, it feels a bit like it's putting its back to the west, where so much seems to be happening. But I can see why with the parkway, and I think that in general, looking at it, I think and Charlie, you mentioned this around kind of dimensionality and topography. It feels like though the existing condition might be flat, there is a lot you could and maybe should explore around topography as a way of helping to give space and create, spatial enclosure and form and identity. So I just feel like the plan, all the spaces feel generally really taut and flat, and that the topography might, in the same way the building introduces sort of feature spaces, topography might help let you kind of carve out some spaces that are really unique and special. And then I think the other piece that I just would love to hear more about, and I think it's a really rich place for you to dig in moving forward on materiality, is this idea of linking to an industrial past and how that might express itself in your material choices on the ground plane for plant material, for amenities. It feels like it leans heavily into flexible furnishings as the way of kind of giving identity, which is smart in a lot of ways. But I wonder if there are some fixed elements that do recall the site's history in really direct ways that could make this feel a little more rooted. Yeah, I think that's what I can offer, and I tried to be brief. So thanks for letting me share my thoughts.
That's great. Thank you very much, Gina. We'll move on next to Peter.
I quite like this project, and I especially like the landscape and public areas. Like Gina, I think that perhaps that flood protection zone could be more modulated, more textured, with providing protection from the noise coming off the Don Valley for the people sitting in the terraces around the ground floor on the south and southwest side. I love the retail corridor to the north between the station and the building. I think those are going to be where you buy flowers before you go home, and that kind of stuff. And I think they will thrive quite well there. With respect to the building, I liked the window to wall ratio relationship. I do think that the inclusion of the metal trim pieces on a modular basis it is good, distinguishing it from the Toronto tradition of blank facades and glass buildings. I think you could probably make more of differentiation between the south and west faces than with some increased depth to those for solar protection. I always say, 4 elevations of buildings should all be different from a climate performance point of view. I think also the modulation of the tower, particularly in the northwest corner, and the terraces down towards the southwest are effective, but I would encourage you to be even more daring. There are large parts of the shaft of the tower which are quite uniform. Perhaps take some more of those steps and be a little bolder going forward. But generally speaking, I think this is going to be a great project, a great precedent for the development of the neighborhood. Thanks for the presentation.
Great, thank you, Peter. Next would be Anna, then Heather, and Olivia. Anna.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I agree with Peter. I think this is a great project. It's going to be really great for our city. And, it's been very thoughtfully pulled together, and thank you for your presentation again. Just a few things. Just first of all, I really appreciate the way that the base of the building has been stepped down and the opportunities for some exterior space to be used by people who are in the office building. I think that's a really great addition to office life. And I think it's a very welcome addition to an office building. I was really intrigued by your concept of a 4-sided building. I think you called it 4 faces. And I think that's a really strong idea. And it's also a challenge to execute in a way, that all sides are forward facing. So, that transit plaza that comes out from where the transit hub is going to be, I like that the main entrance to the building is there. It addresses the transit, and that's where we see the most focused flow of people. I would say that as you turn the building and you're facing Broadview, that edge could be strengthened in terms of, really purveying the entrance to the site. Right now, it seems like the entrance is focused on the transit and then on the plaza to the south. And then the retail components are great. That'll bring great activity to the site, and the food use, I think, will be incredibly welcome and strong in that in a base of such a large office tower. I wonder if it's enough given the population you're going to see in this area. And, and then, I think it just makes me wonder a little bit about the services and the nuts and bolts of it all. You mentioned that the loading is underground, which is really great because that really frees up the ground floor plane. You don't have to have loading and all these heavy trucks crossing this fabulous urban realm that you've set up here. But I do wonder how that will work given the scale of the retail that you're showing on the base here. And one last point I had was just about bike infrastructure. I think cars below grade is great. There is a lot of bike routes you showed kind of coming around the site, but I'm assuming that people will both come out of the transit, maybe grab a Bixie bike, go on somewhere else, or ride their bikes to to work at the office tower. So I just wonder how all of that bike infrastructure is going to be managed on the site, because that can lead to quite a large area of bike racks or rental bikes where it would be, I think, great to think that through and have it managed as part of the landscape sequence.
Great, thank you, Anna. On to Heather and then Olivia.
Yep. Thank you again for the presentation. I really appreciate the kind of ingredients that are included in phase one and the aspiration as well. I really actually like the building being nestled quite close to the transit hub. And I think the kind of critical mass that is being delivered within the public realm in phase one really should be applauded. I also like that there's a variety of public spaces being delivered, but I do think that Gordon poses a very good question with respect to noise. I also appreciate the base of the building and this kind of robust grid and the stepping. And to my eye, this architecture actually recalls more of the industrial heritage than the kind of transparent factory cubes in the sky. I very much appreciate the retail and the feeling of the kind of train station platform, the way it's being articulated in that one rendering. I think it actually looks very beautiful. I think that the food and beverage to the west in the Associated Plaza is very good. And I also very much like the pavilion within the landscape, even though I think it's labeled as potential in a couple of drawings. Just wanted to say that I really like that as a destination and see it as a kind of punctuation of program as a kind of distinguishing benchmark within the landscape. One additional comment about the kind of factory cubes. I wonder if you will feel the drama of being in those cubes. I actually think that the drama of them is more viewed from the outside. So again, like the long views of the architecture, I think you specifically said from downtown. Also, where they're located in the building has been articulated as a negative corner all the way down the building. So you'll feel the drama of that cantilever when you're in the negative corner spaces in the tower above and below the factory cubes. So just that's my take on how they will be viewed as dramatic. And I think anything that you can do on the inside of those cubes to make an inhabitant feel like they are in that space and not just in a regular corner of the building might be something to consider. And then finally, I'm very familiar with the soap factory building, done some drawings of it and studied it. And I know that there are loads of very robust and beautiful artifacts in that building. I think they could be used in residential lobbies, in the landscape, and even lots of opportunity in the food and beverage offering. So I would encourage the team to really take a careful inventory. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. We'll move on to Olivia, then Aladia, and finally Michael. Olivia.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this great presentation. I appreciate you're dealing with a very complex and a very important site. I'm going to echo some of Michael's concerns about just the lack of commitment at this stage to a level of energy performance. I know that energy modeling may not be required now, and it may be normal to do it later, but we also know that when we're designing a high-performing building, we need to commit to these targets early. Things like the detailing of the envelope need to be committed to quite early. And so I'm happy to hear that there's a target beyond the minimum standards, and I think I would really encourage the team to take it as far as possible, particularly given that you're sitting up against Villiers Island and other waterfront Toronto projects that are held to a very high standard. I think you should be aiming to match that. I wanted to talk a bit about embodied carbon because that's really the big conversation that we're having now. as an industry and we're looking at the demolition of an existing building, we can't demolish a building now and not account for that. So I would really encourage you to do the accounting, see what the impact is, and see whether there are other ways that you can make up for the impact. I really love Heather's idea of looking to salvage materials and aspects of this building. That might be one way to really tie it into the identity. In terms of embodied carbon, there's a lot of concrete being used here. I'm happy from an urban planning perspective that we're putting so much of the services below grade, but the carbon impact of that concrete is going to be immense. So I just encourage you to think about the impact of the materials that you're using and find some other strategies that are going to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Aladia, and then Michael.
Hi, thanks for the sort of inspirational design and careful presentation of all the elements. I have a couple thoughts about the maybe the landscape response first. So I just wanted to mention, I think especially on the west of the site, the threshold conditions for the site are really well modulated between sort of those high traffic corridors and the outdoor room. So that seems like a really strong progression of public space. Along the transit hub, the renderings do look really interesting along the retail corridor, but I'm wondering if there's enough space there to adequately provide a buffer between what will be a very loud, train hub and what is like shown here, which is kind of an intricate little network of retail shop fronts. And I'm just wondering, as the northern lobby entrance will be people's sort of first introduction to the building, it might be important from just, I guess, an occupant comfort perspective to think about how that retail corridor in the northern lobby is experienced with all five senses. So in particular, acoustics, because that transit hub is going to be really loud, and I happen to know those trains are pretty stinky. So, it's pretty close to the retail corridor. So what is buffering that? How are we sort of welcoming occupants into this retail corridor? So curious about that, and I know the transit hub design is still ongoing, so you don't have full information to be working from. But it would just be great to see the same level of very careful landscape thinking that has clearly gone into the west, the west part of the site, the south part of the site, and even the east part of the site into the north part. Also, it'll be really, it might be challenging to create viable vegetation in this sort of shady northern corridor. So thinking carefully about plant selection there, and I'm sure you're thinking it through, but, I just wanted to flag that for you as a really important introduction to the building. Another note that I had on the landscape response, shading the architectural response would be along the south side. You identified indoor and outdoor living rooms here that are adjacent to each other. Now, the rendering shows sort of a vegetated canopy here of trees. I'm not sure the trees can fully mitigate the monumental scale of the height of the ceilings in that location. That might be at odds with the feeling of living room. So I'm just wondering if the architecture could help out the tree canopy in that regard, perhaps with a canopy that brings it down to the human scale. That's sort of my read of it, is that those, when you use the word living room and then the ceilings are really, really, really high and the spaces are really, really broad, doesn't feel like a living room, I guess. So perhaps creating something to make it a little bit more intimate in feel might bring that sense of industrial variegated massing to that corner of the building. Overall, I think the architectural expression, I really appreciate the sensitivity to the, the intricate massing that existed in the previous soapbox building, and the attention to materiality is really nice. So sort of that rusted metal and brick aesthetic is really nice. And I think if you were to selectively salvage and integrate artifacts and site elements, it could even enhance that further. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Aledia. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When a master plan introduces more park space, more housing, more community space, this is all good, and these are all big improvements, and some of them respond directly to the review that the design panel members brought forward in the last review. So this is, this is a great improvement, and we are aware of an extremely strong team and very mature responses, as my colleagues have pointed out in so many ways, to this building, how it meets the ground, how it addresses all of its edges in making public realm be the primary driver. So these are all very, very good things. I would say to help us understand the site a little better, diagramming of the changes in level, and even though they've been expressed as flat, we know that the transit hub is lower than some of the public realm immediately to the south, that Broadview Avenue drops, that there's a significant grade change between the amphitheater and the Don Valley Parkway, and then subsequently. So that kind of appreciation of the topography, even in a diagrammatic form, sometimes yields even more sensitive responses to the impacts of those grade changes and their edges. And you're already showing that with the stairs and ramps to the northern lobby entrance. But I think there may be one or two, and I'm in particular concerned about the way that Broadview will be bifurcating a transit plaza with a lower condition that we experience a lot, at railway crossings, and they can sometimes be very, very pedestrian unfriendly. So something to consider there, but also just it helps explain that the site topography and changes are understood. Another thing to just a point of interest would be in the renderings of the tower above grade. The Toronto context is there. At grade, the Toronto context, and in some cases the future context, is a bit less so, and I'd say it would help anchor some of the at grade views to recognize the context in the distance. So just a topic there. But back to the idea of full electrification, I think with the changes added by the ministerial zoning order to add 8 towers, obviously the business plan of this site has been drastically changed. And we sometimes refer to that as a big ask. And in the context of a big ask, there's sometimes an opportunity for a big offer. And the big offer can be acknowledging that full decarbonization is something that every single building that certainly we are working on, clients are interested in and active in pursuing. And I would think that in the context of a big offer, if it requires innovation in this building type and significant innovation in this building type to achieve that full decarbonization as a goal, and not just an aspirational goal, but a literal goal, then think of the impact it'll have on the remaining 9 towers, office towers, in that same vein. So I think that's something that could be foregrounded much more strongly, and appreciating that so much work has been done in the wall to glass ratio. More work can be done to bring that forward as not just public realm, but greater social benefit through innovation in that way. And those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Michael. We're not holding a vote on this project, but certainly the comments are going to make their way to the proponent team in terms of the comments that are being taken by Meredith, and then I'll be providing an overview as well. And I think I'm getting from the panel members and from our guests from the Waterfront Toronto panel that there is an interest in this project. They see potential in it. I've heard many members say there's something good happening here. Do more. Look at it more deeply. And I think that's something for you to carry away with you. The thing I think that I wanted to talk about for a few minutes is the history of how this project came to us. And many of the panel members have talked about the incredible early promise that was identified in the master plans that came before us. And the reason why we were so interested in it is because we see a lot of change in the city. And we have noted that there are too many places, too many developments that are large and do have a significant impact on the city that could be anywhere. They have no defining character other than a point on the map. And the city is to the point where everything counts. Every large development counts. It matters. And when something happens in the city that I wouldn't call it a seismic shift, but it is something of great note, and that is when another center starts to emerge like this does, that becomes even more important. So we really see this project as a pioneer project. It's not in a sense, even though it doesn't really include the rest of the master plan, the rest of the site, it will carry the DNA of the rest of this development. And so we're really, I guess, setting something that you already know full well, and that this really counts. You can't do anything that isn't of the highest quality, because that is going to either cause people to come here or not, or live here because they love it so much that they'll tell 100 other people, or that's just a convenient place to be, and then they go and they find something better. So when panel members talk about the history, which was so shown in the master plan, you've got a different scenario now. You've got a different dynamic, but you're going to have to do something to replace that. And you need to do more work in order to be able to do that. You're showing the ability. There's no doubt about it. There is ability to do this. And I think that when some of the panel members mentioned that you really got to do something about that, the artifacts and the elements of that old soap building, because they made the master plan sing. And this one's got to sing too. And it's kind of, there's a tune there, but there's more that needs to be done. And I think the last thing I'd add to that is that we have seen projects in the city where history is treated like a series of trinkets. And we can probably come up with projects where that has happened. There's a tiny bit of something that used to be there that is placed in a prominent position. But this can't happen here. It really has to be something significant. It really has to be something that says there was something here before that many people went by, were intrigued by it, and it has to be more than just simply small elements. It has to be something significant, and it can be on this site. It can be throughout the overall development. But it's really important that you have, in the end, something that has an identifiable spirit to it, and people want to come to it, and it adds to the richness of how this city has grown and changed. This is not a toss away. This is real, and we're looking forward to seeing this project come back again, and to show us how that is going to happen and how it's going to infuse through the entire property. So thank you very much. There's no vote, but we look forward to seeing this project come back to us again. Thank you very much. We're going to have a small break. We're moving on to our last session, which begins, I believe, at 4:15. So we only have a few minutes. So thanks, everybody. And Meg will be chairing the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. If you're here, my name is Meg Graham. I'm co-chair of the Design Review Panel, and I'll be chairing this last item for today, item 3. If you're there and you don't have your camera on, if you could please turn it on, that'd be super, so we can get started. I know you're back in your chair. Okay, just wait one more minute. All right, let's get started. Welcome. This is agenda item 3, Thursday, September 15th, 2022. Agenda item 3 is the Bloor Kipling Block 1 at 5207 Dundas Street West. This is a Housing Now project. Thank you so much for participating. This project is an SPA application, site plan application, and it is the first review of 5207 Dundas Street West. Although the Bloor Kipling Bloor Islington block context plan was previously reviewed in 2020. We have an hour and 15 minutes scheduled for the review. It is a formal review session, and there will be a vote taken at the end. Staff have 5 minutes for their presentation. And this will be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant, and with discussion to follow that. A note that this session, like the ones previous, will be live streamed on YouTube and is also being recorded. The recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. At this point, I'm going to do a roll call. When I call your name, please confirm attendance, or that you're here rather, and that you don't have, let me know that you don't have a conflict of interest with the project. Okay, and if I've missed you at the end, please do let me know. First, Anna Madeira.
Present, no conflict.
George Dark. Not here. Okay. Heather Rolston.
Here and no conflict.
Jessica Hutchin.
Present, no conflict.
Olivia Keown.
Here, no conflict.
Gordon Stratford.
Here, no conflict.
Michael Leckman.
Here, no conflict.
And Eladia, you're presenting, correct? So you're not...
Correct.
Okay, so you're not on the panel. Okay, super. Thank you very much. And none of you, you all said no conflict. Okay, perfect. Some reminders before we get started. For panel members, don't forget the staff questions, and always provide commentary on both issues of concern and appreciation. I will flag or wave when there's 1 minute left. If it doesn't look like you and I have made eye contact, then I will give a verbal signal to let you know that you've got 1 minute left. So with no further ado, let's begin please with the staff presentation. Please don't forget to introduce yourselves before you begin. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me well?
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Luke, Senior Urban Designer for the project you will be reviewing today at 5207 Dundas Street West. The project is part of the Housing Now initiative, which aims to invest in city-owned lands across Toronto for development of affordable housing with mixed-income, mixed-use, transit-oriented communities. In July of 2021, City Council adopted the zoning bylaw to permit 2 tall buildings and associated base buildings on the site. Today, we will be focusing on site plan issues for this project. The project and its surrounding area have been reviewed by the DRP twice. At the first review in January of 2020, a draft context plan was presented with focus on the area's response to its context, such as the new Etobicoke Civic Center, the public realm, such as the role and character of the new public streets, and built form issues such as massing and street animation. Excuse me. At the second review in October of 2020, the focus of the meeting was on the design continuity of the area, identification of key principles and processes, and integration of affordable housing in development. A little bit about the policy and plan context. There are 4 major pieces of planning policy and documents for the secondary plan area. In general, all the policies and guidelines recognize the importance of the area and see the area as a Western focal point for Toronto. The area will have a concentration of employment and housing, which will utilize the public transit and urban infrastructure that currently exists on the site. The various planning documents focus on a range of issues, but they all encourage a close-knit, mixed-use community with pedestrian-friendly streets, context-appropriate built forms, extensive open space systems, use of new green technologies, and transit-oriented communities. Slide. More specifically, in the 6-point focus area, high-density mixed-use neighborhoods are anticipated to reap the benefits of the proximity to transit facilities. The subject site is located in mixed-use area A, which will accommodate the majority of the intensification in a way that allows for a wide range of uses for residents to live, work, shop, and entertain without relying on a car. A couple of quick slides to show and acknowledge the years of work of the community and stakeholders have done to realize the transformation of the area to what it is today and what it will be in the future. This is an overview of the existing and planned context with the subject site at 5207 Dundas Street West outlined in yellow. The secondary plan area outlined in red and orange buildings are proposed developments, and the turquoise buildings have zoning approved. And the next series of slides are for informational purposes, only showing the location, height, and proposed developments in the area. A few key developments include the Civic Center, number 1, the Kipling Mobility Hub, the block context plan for the general area, and the new public park, number 4. I will now just quickly scroll through the next couple slides just to show other recent developments and applications in the area.
Joseph, 1 minute left.
Great. So the proposal has some statistics. The most notable figure is the affordable housing units on site at 216. And some key highlights for the building is the center courtyard and the commercial street frontages on Dundas Street, and the 2 tower scheme lattice pattern exterior cladding. There's some ground floor plans showing the non-residential uses surrounding the site, with the courtyard surrounded by residential units, and a diagonal pedestrian network connecting the site to the transit hub to the southwest. Pedestrian wind assessment has been done on the site, and we would like to understand more how this development will contribute to the thermal comfort of the area. And a couple last slides about the streetscape, how the streetscape really is an integral part of the project and how it creates the general character of the area. Again, we're looking at the site plan application right now, and we would like to get comments for the site plan application from the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's roll right into the consultant intro and presentation. If everybody's had a chance to read this, you also have it with your package, but consultant intro and presentation, you'll have 15 minutes to do that.
All right, let me see if I can do this. It's Gregory Enriquez here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Is it,
well, part of it. Not. There you go.
Is it better now?
Yes.
I'm old. You have to be patient with the technology. Okay, so is this good?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm beginning. Okay, so the presentation that we're going to give will be three parts. Myself, and then from Claude Cormier's office, Guillaume, and then we have Ladia presenting at the end. I'm going to go very quickly because a lot of what was presented by city staff in the beginning of this is repetitive. One of the things that really drew us to this project in terms of inspiration for the design and the evolution, which is actually further developed from what was presented just a few minutes ago, is the name Etobicoke and how it was originally referred to in the area by Etobicoke, which means where the alders grow. Alders are referred to broadly as a pioneer species since they improve the soil and help them grow. This is the Civic Center, which is across the street from us, which has a big plaza, which is respectful, which is, I'm sure you're all aware of, a very beautiful building by Henning Larsen. This is our site. I'm not going to be repeated. I'm going to be repeating a few things very quickly. In terms of statistics on our site, we have 216 affordable residential units. The rest are market residential. And we are connected to GeoExchange geothermal with Enwave. There are 2 towers, 17 and 24 stories. We're currently in the site plan approval submission phase and moving towards a occupancy in September of 2026 is the goal the city has given us in terms of trying to make this happen. You've seen the larger context, it's a series of courtyards surrounded by densification of towers and street wall buildings. Here you can see our building in the bottom in the larger context in 6 points. There's a connection through to transit, which is this major walk through the courtyard, which goes from the Civic Center to the transit. I'm going to go very quickly. This is the original zoning that was given to us that was done as part of the whole master plan, which has a lot of jigs and jogs in it. And for those of you who don't know, that we won a competition for this site with the city. And the first step in our sort of rationalization of it was an attempt to reduce the amount of, I would call noise in terms of the number of elements moving and to do some clarification in terms of efficiencies to make sure that the affordable housing was indeed affordable. We also then, after winning the competition, went through a series of massing requirements where we tried to really identify each of the street walls and give them their own identity, such that rather than being this amorphous blob that went around with 2 towers shoved into it, we tried to really create one tower that landed on the ground on the right-hand side, one that was elevated above the street wall, and then 4 blocks that sort of cascade around the site that define the street walls as elements. And you can see here from above, we're trying to sort of create some sense of scale to the site in a very sort of large site and create a real sense of identity to each of the streets independently. Here's a view looking from the south into the courtyard coming from transit. We sculpted a plaza up to, down at the arrival point down on the south side as you enter up through the public right-of-way through the plaza. We've turned the tower on the east tower so its orientation works better in terms of its relationship to the podium as an object sitting above, and we notched out the west tower so it sits as an object that slides over the street wall and has its own identity as well. A lot of tectonic resolution to a very rough rezoning. I'd just like to acknowledge Aladia's contribution to the inspiration for this project. There's a quote from her. "We've always viewed human life and our built environment as a positive force that supports nature. That's an indigenous view of the built environment. It's actually regenerative. So the whole goal of this project is to embrace and bring nature back into the site and to find a metaphor for the project as a whole and its tectonic expression, which sends a message to the world about the larger context of our integration and embracing of the natural world. Part of bringing nature back into the site will be establishing pollinator plants and bringing beehives into the actual project itself. If you look at this plan here, it's more evolved from the one that was presented by the city. There's a very nuanced sort of relationship with the natural landscape in the middle with a series of we added more townhouses in the middle than was in the master plan. We also created a series of links from the lobbies, which you can see from on the right-hand side from Bingdendale Trail and from Kipling Avenue in St. Albans. The two lobbies link through into the courtyard and create sort of this visual connection across the site in terms of the internal, but also allow for a meandering path through for the public, which Guillaume was going to talk more about in the landscape presentation. The inspiration for the tectonics of the outside of the building was really inspired by bees which perform 80% of all the pollination worldwide, and 70 out of 100 human food groups are supplied by bees in terms of their contribution to our food infrastructure. So we thought it would be very exciting if we could find a metaphor of the beehive for the expression of the two typical towers. We started by looking at different ways to use geometry to express the beehive idea, but at the same time make it some way that was cost effective because we're on a very severe budget with the affordable housing. And we found this technique that we used at Mirvish Village, which is using precast. We've become very good friends with Resin Global, which are Toronto precast manufacturers. And we started to realize that if there's a lot of repetition in the precast forms, and we can use the same form and flip it, and we can use the same window and punch it in, we can find an expression for the building, which is both poetic in terms of its relationship to the beehive metaphor, but at the same time cost effective in a way that allows it to be on budget. And for the podium of the building, we struggled with that in the beginning and originally had different expressions for the podium versus the tower and found that they were competing. So we thought if there's some way to elongate the beehive expression to create more verticality, more like a colonnade, we could find a way to connect the one morphology for the entire building. And so we created this double height precast expression, and it allows the same element to be used in different ways over and over. So while it's quite an interesting shaped precast element, the repetition alone is something that allows it to be cost effective. The next thing we started to notice is because the streets are so large and the street walls are so continuous, we thought if there was some way to create some identity for the base versus the towers, adding more color to the base of the buildings and adding more variety in terms of the texture of it all, it would be something that could be meaningful in terms of the experience of the pedestrian. And we looked to color inspiration from the beehives, which we understood has different colors within the beehive depending on the types of flowers and pollen that is being collected. And drew inspiration from the alders, which are part of the Great Canadian Shield in the fall, to try and provide some sense of context in terms of the translation into the built form. And we did this little bitmap where we started to understand these fall colors. And if there's some way we could bring these terracotta sort of fall colors into the building itself and add the beehive as well, we thought it could be something very unique and special. We went and we did some research with this trintic pigment color matching and came to understand that there's incredible opportunity and rigor that's going to need to be applied in the expression of the color being added to the building. So the renderings you'll see are very early stage in terms of they're right out of Enscape, but we understand that lots of mock-ups will be built and a lot of rigor and will be required. The devil will be in the details in adding color. So the idea here is this is a view from the corner of Dundas and West and Bingdon Trail. As you see that the buildings now have two different colors in terms of the podium, one that's more terracotta colored, one that's more fall leaf colored, and then the towers themselves, rather than being pure white, have sort of this off-white honeycomb colors that give it some texture and identity. So what you get is this sort of collage of color, very much like a beehive. This is a straight on elevation facing Dundas, so you can see the tower landing on the ground with the precast. We created a podium on the front facing Dundas for the retail, with the trees being embraced by the entrances to the retail, a recess with the office behind, and then the residential above. We have a window to wall ratio of 60% wall, 40% window in the residential components. The retail has more glass, obviously. Here you can see turning the corner at Dundas with a big recessed plaza. Entrances into the retail, you can see into the residential lobbies are gaps between the different elements that are revealed out. Here's a view looking from above the train railway lines back at the top at the project. You see the Etobicoke pathway element of being one bar. Here's an interesting view, which we like, looking at the corner of St. Albans back into the plaza as you come from the train station through up to the site, and the gap that forms opening up into the center of the courtyard where the beehive is revealed. And the idea is in the middle of the center of the project is where multicolors start to occur in the precast, and we start to get this tapestry of color and something very dynamic and unique for the first social housing project, affordable housing project and rental housing project in Etobicoke. Here's a view from above, and you can see, and I'm going to pass it over to Guillaume to the presentation on the landscape.
Thank you, Gregory. To align with HPA's intention and mindset, a landscape proposal for this block consists of integrating the existing right-of-way surrounding the block. The site's perimeter is built, as we've seen before, and recently planted, and streetscape improvements were completed in 2020, part of the broader master plan. To synchronize with the building's program at grade, our proposal is to extend the perimeter sidewalks within the site to animate the building edges, as well as adding trees and softscape zones where possible. To minimize the impacts to the existing streetscape, to preserve it, new services and the loading and parking ramps will be located on the south side of the block, and the sidewalks there will be restored. A seamless connection is envisioned. The courtyard, the middle open space, serves two types of users. First, the residents accessing the courtyard through the lobbies, and the townhouse residents who have entry points and small patios around the courtyard. The second type of users, Gregory can keep on the plan, please.
Sorry.
No worries. The second type of users is the general public, the community who live, work, and play in this neighborhood, connected through a pedestrian walkway that pops in the center. Residents, neighbors, visitors, and the broader community will be welcome to enjoy the space. To balance the public and private uses, we propose to design this mid-block connection as a garden. Simple and straightforward. A generously planted open space with a spatial hierarchy and materiality that can be resilient to foot traffic and that provides intimacy and refreshment. A calm and safe environment designed as a gradient transition from public to private. In the center, the public walkways, there are wider paths, there are low planting beds and higher intensity lighting. Around the courtyard's perimeter, the semi-private and private thresholds, the paths are narrower, the topography is raised, the shrubs are taller, and there's low lighting for privacy. The planting scheme consists of multi-season pollinator, native and resilient species, which optimize the sun and shade condition. The drainage is mainly direct infiltration to support healthy growth conditions. It's a safe space for all that is maintained with dedicated care and attention. There are two key components that help support and promote a meaningful and desirable program through the days and the weekend of this courtyard. There's a small central lawn in the center for contemplation, for pause, to gather, to play, and to meet. And per the master plan's vision, there's a series of artwork pieces that inhabit the garden set along the POPs path to accompany the users in their walk home or from the Kipling station to the future park and the Civic Center. On the next slide, we've done a rigorous study for scale and grading. Gregory, yeah, and on the next slide, we have precedents for path hierarchy, for materiality, for softscape character, a planted bed, and on the next slide for flexible surfaces.
Guillaume, there's just there's a couple 2 minutes left.
Yes.
Okay. Because I know Eladia is going to speak as
Yes.
well, right?
So quickly, we'll walk through this space as we're walking back home to this block or to the blocks around, or as we're coming from the station to the Civic Center.
Okay, Eleni. Is she here?
Yep, I'm here. Yeah, just very quickly, we're undertaking an Indigenous engagement process, which is Smoke Architecture's contribution to the design process, wherein if you want to skip a couple of these slides, we don't have time to go through them each in detail. Let's skip one more. Yeah, here we go. So these are the one just before this, I think, is the important one. It shows the 3 areas of inquiry. So what we've done is reached out to Indigenous entities who are active in the community and invited them by email, letter, and now we're following up with sort of like a voice invitation. We're going to run a couple of sessions with a number of entities from the local area. Create TO is speaking on liaising with Mississauga for the Credit First Nation directly, so the design team is not doing that that part. But we're looking for insights from local experts pertaining to the design. So how to animate that ground plane, perhaps insights on what the art moment will do for the space and the success factors for those moments. And how to enrich the shared amenity areas along with the exterior expression and perhaps to a lesser degree some of the dwelling units for Indigenous household patterns. We are also going to ask those community members to provide insights on what local activities and ongoing involvement they might see with the project as it grows throughout time. Finally, what economic benefits might accrue to Indigenous vendors, potential tenants, perhaps ongoing programming that will continue to animate and develop relationships between Indigenous community and this project in future. So that's what we're up to. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all 3 very much. We're going to turn to the panel members for questions of clarification. And if you could put your hand up, that will allow me to see who's got a question. All right, Michael, thank you. Michael Leckman, we'll start with you, followed by Anna Madeira.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A question for the applicant. Through Creatio, usually the sustainability goals are quite prominent. I wondered whether, and it's not, other than the window to wall ratio done very well in the project, were there any other aspects of the sustainability goals in the mandate from Creatio that influence the project that will help it achieve its high performance ambitions?
Sean, do you want to talk about that?
Thing. Like, yeah, between the high performance building envelope system and the window system, the other thing, the main thing is the connection to geothermal is a requirement of this site, and we will be connecting, which will meet our Toronto Green Standard version 4 Tier 2 requirements.
Thank you.
Anna, thank you.
Hi, thanks, Meg. 2 very brief questions. First of all, I'm just curious as to why there are no private balconies on these buildings, and also if it is rental or condominium.
Gregory, I think you're muted, or we can't hear you.
I think he's trying to unmute. You could just do thumbs up or thumbs down.
You want my video on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I've helped. Thank you. I struggle every day. Anyhow, it's 100% rental, and there's 644 units. 216 of them are affordable rental. So 33% of it is affordable housing, and the rest is 100% market rental. Okay, number one. What was the first question before that again?
Balconies. I saw some renderings with balconies, and then I look at this.
Originally, we had balconies. There was a mandate from our client to not do balconies, and so we've been asked not to do balconies. I think it has to do with a number of reasons, and we can get into a larger discussion of balconies, but there's no balconies as a request from the client.
Okay, thank you.
Heather Rolston.
Yeah, thank you. In the floor plans and renderings, there seems to be quite a variation on the depth of the terraces shown at the grade-related units in the courtyard. So I would like to know if it's really the deeper dimension or the shallower one. Also wondering about loading. Is the truck turnaround all internalized? And two other very small questions. One, I'd just like to know the species of the pink trees that are on the facade. And then confirming, I think it's quite obvious from the renderings that the low podium roofs are all occupiable by people.
Okay, I'll go backwards. The low podium roofs are, my memories, I'm old again. Yes, they're all occupiable, okay? And then slowly the loading bay, the idea is it's all internal, turning around. That's the whole idea, right? We tried really hard to make that work. And then the terraces, you can see that here there are equal terraces that are around the public realm, you know, for everyone, right? And the plans, some of the plans the city showed earlier are an older version. These have been updated now. You can look in your plan project. And then what was the other question? I'm sorry.
The pink trees on the facade. I just wanted to...
Those are my poetic cherry trees, which I like. Okay. And I don't know if Guillaume's going to keep them or not, but we'll see. Okay. I have a penchant for cherry trees. I think they're really beautiful in certain times of the year. But I don't know if they made it to the plan. Those are on the renderings. I stuck them on the renderings.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Gordon Strafford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just adding to the comments about the roof gardens, could you tell me a little bit more about what sort of program you anticipate there?
Sean, you want to do that? Here, I'll go to the aerial.
Yeah.
Sean's an expert on the roof gardens, I think.
Yeah, between myself and Guillaume, we can kind of
you can do it.
Tag team on that one.
There you go.
Yeah, we have three main roof areas. The one to the north is planned to have a large outdoor pool and some amenity around that pool to support it. The one facing west is planned to have more of your tied to the indoor amenity areas that are more kind of your party rooms and your bookable rooms, and have outdoor kind of bookable areas in that area on that roof space. And the one to the south is primarily urban agriculture and tied to a smaller indoor amenity area, but primarily for growing and for indoor amenity. And there's a smaller one just north of the east tower that's kind of at the lower piece, and that's tied more to the indoor gym. And there's some outdoor kind of gym area there, as well as a running track or walking track around kind of that where that recess is between the tower and the podium that loops around in the outdoors.
Great, thank you very much.
Sean, just to add on to this, we also have dog zones, right, on these amenity floors located closer to the two towers on either sides as a proximity use and as a kind of commodity that is well needed with density.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. And just a quick question from me on the acoustics of being adjacent to the rail lines. Could you tell us about any thought and considerations that have been put into that?
I know we always do it. We always get the SDC rating and the noise requirements on the glass, right? And that's the That's the biggest one, making sure that the glass is the appropriate one for the noise, and that's something we'll make sure that happens.
Okay. Okay. Super. Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from panel members. So therefore, we're going to move on. I'll just do a quick recap of the key info, and then we'll move into panel discussion. So as stated, site plan application and first review of 5207 Dundas Street West. The project faces the new Etobicoke Civic Center. It is a Housing Now project providing 644 units, 100% of which are rental. And my math is slightly different than Gregory's. It's 33.5% affordable units. Without further ado, we have 35 minutes for panel discussion. And we have Anna, Heather, Jessica, Olivia, Gordon, and Michael. I'm going to go in that order. If you could be 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I got to do some math. If you could speak for about 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes each, it would be limit your comments to that. It'd be much appreciated. Anna, then Heather, and then Jessica, please.
Thanks, Meg. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. You know, I think you've done a really great job with this project and this block. You've really created residential development with character and its own sense of place, which I think is quite difficult in an area where development is all new and upcoming in the future. And I think it's a very worthy building to be opposite of the City Hall. So I would commend you on that. A few comments. The honeycomb pattern I think is brilliant. You know, the repetitive nature of it is quite beautiful, and your use of color I think is quite elegant as well. Color is something I think that is so important in architecture, and is such a challenge to do thoughtfully, and I think you've really managed that well here. I think also, you know, you've tread the line of making it too repetitive very well. You know, like it has a good texture, and with the color a bit of variety that really prevents it from becoming too overwhelming. So I do like that honeycomb pattern. I think it's quite lovely and quite clever. Balconies. I know, so you did mention you were directed by your client to not include balconies. I know it's always a dilemma, and people, you know, really consider the usability of balconies in residential developments. Whether it's balconies or not, I think that access to private outdoor space is important in developments, and how that is managed, you know, I guess is in the hands of the designers, but I do think it is an important aspect of a residential community. The outdoor space on the mid-rise portion of the building looks very generous. I think some consideration for the reality of it. I think in order for something, you know, a generous outdoor space like that to be successful, you do need to design for quite a depth there in that on the roof structure. And when I see the renderings, it looks like you have a very thin lip where the precast stops, and it, you know, it doesn't really seem to consider how intense that the structure and the capacity of that slab is going to have to be to support that type of outdoor space. If, you know, the trees look lovely, and shade will be very important up there. You know, it's those spaces, again, you know, are so wonderful, but can become very unusable if they become too hot. The podium, I was just looking at the interior corridor, and I did notice that it is very long on the interior. So just thinking about people walking from elevators and so on, trying to get to their unit, I know that will require some consideration. And then also, since it is a rental building, you know, moving in and out of this building will be a constant activity. And you have one loading area, which is very generous. And I think it's wonderful that you've got all of the turning and everything happening inside the building. That will significantly improve the urban streetscape outside of that area. But it does, you know, it will be a very well-used area and is focused in one aspect of the building when there is a very large development around it. And the last comment I had was about the cross block connection. I thought that was very well done as well. You know, having the public cut through this block really breaks it up, gives it some porosity, and opens up what will be a very lovely space on the interior to the public. So I think that's great as well. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Anna, thank you. Heather.
Thank you again for the presentation. I appreciate the simplification to the massing, firstly. And like Anna, I really appreciate the bee and the honeycomb motif. It's quite seductive. And I also appreciate this idea of variety that's achieved through color within a kind of sameness approach to design. I think you said one morphology for the entire building. So I really like that kind of simple and reductive architecture. I live down the street on Markham from the Mirvish development and really appreciate how that's turning out. With respect to the city questions, are there enough active uses at the street? I would say yes. The street wall heights, I think, are very successful. Is there a high level of design excellence? Yes, there is. And is there enough differentiation between the base and the tower? I would say perhaps not in a traditional sense, but yes, there's a great level of variation that has been achieved, again, within the parameters that this architect has set for themselves with respect to color and variation within sameness. I also appreciate that the tower, the taller element at the northwest, actually breaks that typical tower podium language and comes directly down to the ground. I think that's a particularly successful part of the architecture. I think there's a good variety of size of the commercial spaces, and appreciate that the residential lobbies are generous through lobby conditions. I think that's very successful. Also very much appreciate the generous and welcoming plaza at the northeast that really brings people and invites people into the site. I also appreciate the treatment of the mechanical penthouses on the taller elements. Again, it's similar to the Mirvish project, which I think is very successful. And then just lastly, a small detail, bees. I think you had mentioned that bees would be actually part of the project, and I think it would be great if the bees were actually invited onto the architecture. I think a number of us have seen these bee bricks. I'm not sure if parts of the building at the base could become made out of bee bricks, or if your precast could be perforated to encourage bees to actually inhabit the architecture and the site. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Heather, thanks so much. Jessica.
Thanks. Thank you very much for your presentation and the advanced materials you provided. The project is part of such a big transformation to this area, so it's great to see this block being developed, and it's so close to transit. So very excited to see this today. I too appreciate the massing changes that you have made to simplify the terracing or steps in the building, the base building that is. I think the result is great. You end up with so much more outdoor amenity space, and that's wonderful for the residents of this building. And it was a little unclear in the package that it was urban agriculture, but I'm very excited to hear that there'll be a large urban agriculture component. There's great solar exposure here, and with all the new residents who may not have access to existing urban plots, this will be a great offering. With regards to the differentiation between the tower and the base building, it's subtle at times, and I certainly took me a moment to sort of figure it out between the slides. But I do really like the concept, and I think the color is really starting to help with that, to sort of deal with the blending of the two. In some images, the honeycomb seems more pronounced, and in others, it reads a little flatter. But I'm sure you're doing quite a few studies, as it was clear in the package, with regards to the tinting and the form of the precast. So I look forward to seeing how that develops. And I love this idea that when you're in the sort of internal courtyard, the honeycomb has this different expression of color and animation. I think that will be a very special moment. The height at the opening of the northeast corner into that courtyard seems really welcoming. It's got a lot of height, and I really like this idea of kind of pushing and bleeding the planting in the courtyard into that space. As always, just really make sure there's viability in terms of sunlight and irrigation and water to make sure that it's successful under there, because it's a nice sort of moment where landscape and building kind of come together. With regards to some of the surrounding public realm, understanding you were working with a block that was surrounded by relatively new tree infrastructure, it's great to see that you've been able to maintain and protect most of those trees and add some new trees like on Bindagan Trail. That's wonderful. I'm a little concerned with the southern row of trees on Dundas Street. The current planting trench looks to only be about 1.4 meters wide, and the trees are relatively close to the property line. And then I think it's only a meter from the property line to the face of the building. So it just seems really, really tight there. And I think those trees are probably not going to survive. And as it's shown in some of the plans, there is conflicts with retail doors and I think some of what you're trying to achieve on that frontage. So, I mean, it would be great if that edge could have a bit more breathing room to the property line to support sort of a more active and functional street edge there. Similarly, on that north edge with the vegetation growing out of the second story of the base building might be challenging, limited light, building overhang, these kind of things. It looks like there's some architectural expression extending out from the base building. Maybe that can be used to sort of get the trees out further away from the building. And then just some comments quickly on the courtyard here. You know, my only concern, I love the changes. I love all the connections to the lobbies. I love the idea of the path straight, you know, through this space. It's very beautiful. I just don't want it to become a passive space. You know, what happens when all the residents shut their blinds? You know, is there something here to draw people to stay for a few minutes, not for long? You know, you're not going to have a picnic, but maybe something to stay for a short time and enjoy the beautiful garden. You know, for example, on page 39, beautiful rendering, there's about 60 people in that courtyard, which is a very specific moment in time, which might not be that common. So maybe some playful elements, you know, something that a kid could find interest in for 15 minutes before dinner, so you get them out of the kitchen or before, you know, school. Not a major attraction, but a bit of staying power and publicness to it would be great. And then a comment more directed to the city than the applicant, but there seems to be a disconnect at the crossing on the south west corner of the site to the Kipling Station access. There might be plans for it. It wasn't clear, but it doesn't seem to be a continuous sidewalk access there along St. Albans Road. So just looking at that connection to make that really accessible and enjoyable for transit users would be great. And then last comment, I echo Anna's comment about ensuring you provide the necessary depth for all these wonderful trees that you've shown in plan here and in the renderings, just to make sure that they're viable as well. Really exciting project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Olivia.
Thank you. Thank you to the team for a really great presentation and a really thoughtful design and package. I really appreciated the whole story of the evolution of this site and the amount of work that has gone into the materiality of the building, the generosity of the outdoor spaces. I initially thought that the balcony decision was related to your performance targets. It's something that we are starting to see, and I think that the sort of outdoor programming, particularly once you've described the rooftop spaces, make up for that need for outdoor space. I'm also really excited about the urban agriculture piece. It's such a great way to bring together the mix of people that we envision living in this place. I also really appreciate the project's ambitions to go above and beyond in terms of energy targets and sustainability performance. That's really great to hear. And designing a building with a low window to wall ratio is not easy. And I think you guys have really put a lot of energy into it and come up with a really unique project. And I think it's a really sort of dynamic building along with the massing. I really love the expression and the warmth of it. I personally want to calm down the coloration in the courtyard a little bit. When you live in a multi-sided courtyard, there's a lot of activity. You can sort of see all the activities that's happening in everyone's units. It's a little bit like living in a beehive. So I think I just want to personally calm down that space a little bit more. I would echo Jessica's comments about taking some means to make sure that the courtyard is animated. I'm wondering whether there is room for perhaps some residential amenity space. I was wondering whether that sort of retail space that's next to the loading dock seems a little bit lonely, and perhaps that's a good space for something like at-grade bicycle parking. That would be a great amenity for this building as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Olivia, thank you. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fascinating project. I'm going to start with the site plan first, and I think the way the way you've taken the built form. I know there was sort of a master plan that was created for the block to begin with, and you've simplified it, but you've kept the energy and the sort of quirkiness of the moves intact, which I think really starts to give this whole project a great deal of life. And I think the garden inside and the type of landscape that you've been talking about is absolutely fascinating. I'm reminded of a comment that a lady made in one of the earlier sessions today. And maybe this garden, this beautiful garden, should make its way outside the boundaries of the building itself. It shouldn't be that best kept secret. I'm looking at the image that's on the screen right now, and I'm trying to imagine what would happen if, and this was your comment, was about the thermal comfort presentation. If the two traffic islands that are in the bottom left-hand corner of the image that's on the screen, if they were invaded, whoops.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
It's me, sorry. I agree with you, by the way. I've been talking about that.
So if you invaded those two islands, I mean, that's a classic example. Street, an island that's usually ended up as grass and trees, have a hard time surviving. I'd love to see that vibrancy make its way out and invade some of these other spaces. And the well-mannered spacing of trees along the edge of the curb, if they weren't all the same tree, if that same sort of flowering tree made its way out, so that the vibrancy that's inside is not, it just can't be contained, that it comes out and it starts to have a bigger impact on the broader city. My next comments are going to be about the sort of the beehive pattern, the hexagon. And I look at there's a couple of images that I look at. I think it's page 19. And I'm just scrolling up to it right now so I can look at it. And it's the picture of the beehive itself. And what I'm looking at, first of all, I think it's an absolutely fascinating thing, a fantastic thing to turn into the grill or the skin of the building, the filigree of the building. And I'm just looking at it, and the beauty of how the beehive is identified is because it's a light color. You can it's actually very, very elegant. It's got a fineness to it. And so when I go down to one of the, I'm looking at the double height, street wall double height right now, I am at odds with the colors that are on the building. I think I understand completely where they come from, and I think that's beautiful and poetic. I'm trying to figure out, how do you marry that with not losing the fineness and the elegance of these of this elongated hexagon? And that's something I'm wondering whether there are some options worth pursuing that would keep the story intact, but allow the sort of the fineness of the portions of this hexagonal shape to actually come out as a counterbalance to the more solid colors. And I don't know whether it's a case where when I look at the double height wall, it's a straight on elevation, whether it's the outside edges that are kept light and then the inside carries a tint. And maybe it's a tint that's not on all sides, so you sort of get that kind of rich life inside the building coming out, but it's being expressed by the color. I keep wondering whether there's another way to do it. I have gone by buildings that were sort of kind of a brutalist pattern, very crisp and clean, and it started out as not being colored, and somebody decided to add color, and I could see the part of the building that hadn't been colored and the one that had, and the one that hadn't been, you could see the original elegance to it. I'm just wondering whether there is an option here, because I worry that with some of the darker colors, that beauty that you've put so much thought into may not be fully appreciated. The other comment that I would have is whether this elongated double height would work well for the towers. I'm curious as to what would happen if you used them on the towers, since the towers aren't very high, and this would sort of give it a little bit more verticality, and then use the single height on the street buildings. And those are my comments. I think there's amazing potential here, and my comments they focus on how to get the best of both worlds so that this beauty that you've got in this hexagonal form does not get lost, because I think it would mean so much to the delicacy and the vitality and the cheekiness of this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Leckman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love this scheme. It has a great story. It brings different readings of scale to the cladding and fenestration of a building type. It brings a whole new life and potential to the building type. I think it's a great commendation to the original volumes described in the rezoning design review panel. Had a lot of commentary about the need to understand whether the previous massing was shrink wrapped or had a bit of flexibility. And clearly, this scheme represents a sympathetic interpretation of a design which allows sun into a shared courtyard, protects it from wind, and then provides density. And I think if those were the strong motivating factors for the massing part of the rezoning, and we see them here strongly at work. So I think this is suggests that if the next phases are rendered with as much complicity to the previous process, then there's great promise for the rest of this whole development. One of the I think it's called SQ2. It's south of Kensington Market. It's a development that was it's I think assisted housing. It was done through Creatio. It has a park space, an internal park space like this one has. It won an Urban Design Award in 2021, and it's just a good reference. If you haven't been there, it's a good reference for how this mixed housing environment can be successful when the client and the budgets permit high quality materials and plantings in that interior courtyard and around the edges, which it does have. It really transforms our appreciation for that building type. I would say the other comment I would have is in the development of the pattern. I'm looking at a drawing which I think is called northeast corner. And in the northeast corner, I don't have a page number here, so I can't tell you what page it is, but it's a rendering of the northeast corner. And that's the one right there. So this is a beauty of this kind of project where we're not talking about the successful deployment of all of the ground floor uses and the need to achieve a generous public realm. That's been achieved here. Well, now what we have the joy of being able to discuss is the fulfillment of a narrative through the tectonics of the building. And so can there be a more enjoyable discussion to have than to talk about corners? And so there are two kinds of corners deployed through the building. There's the ones that you see in the tower, where the corner is the panels come to a miter. And then there are these that you see in the foreground, where there's an interest in kind of elaborating the corner, transforming the corner, experiencing something more than just. I guess I would say I'm not sure that these corners are working yet. I'm not sure they're giving you the full expression of the beauty of the honeycomb pattern, especially in the context of this being a primary arrival point for people coming from the subway, sort of the transit to the west. So I would ask, is, maybe further consideration is possible here. And the other thing is the interlocking of the forms, and what is a repeatable, understandable relationship between the form on the upper right, the middle one that's dark, and the form on the left. And there looks like there's 2 or 3 strategies for intersecting the volumes together. It'd be interesting to see if there's a way, and I know this is challenging, and I know the grids and dimensions are challenging, but it's an aspiration to find a way that is fulfilling the promise of the honeycomb when they turn corners. Some of them small, when they interlock, and so on. So that's pretty nitpicky, but I think this is such a beautiful design. Exactly. So here you can see a different corner condition. So this is the hope that this is not just an outstanding architecture, which clearly you're hearing from me anyway, that this is really wonderful, that there's the transformations, the organic transformations, as they specialize toward a corner, like the way that skin specializes at the tip of your fingers, that you understand it, that it gets the benefit of a little bit more consideration. Overall, it's a wonderful scheme. Maybe one last thing in terms of energy standards. I would, and you probably have a great team, and you're already using geothermal, and you're targeting. I would say that make sure that you have a good model in progress that tells you iteratively the response that your cladding has to the overall R value of the building. Glass and frame type are so important. Thermal bridging are becoming so important, and this building has an opportunity to not just reclaim the kind of the territory and all of our imaginations of what mixed housing really looks like, which it will do, but also to be able to say, and with simple elegance, achieving these high environmental innovations. And I'm saying that because the net R values that you're going to be needing to achieve sometimes are challenging with precast and the insulation on the back. So be mindful of that so that it has the highest likelihood of success, Madam Chair. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all who participated today and have listened to the presentations and participated in that way as well. So what a rare, I mean, we've said this before about this particular area of the city, but it's so unusual that there be such a great amount of development in one place, and let's call it regeneration. In a city district like this. We do have other ones across the city, but this one really is also there's also the presence of Etobicoke Civic Center across the street here as well. So this is really a milestone event here, or milestone development or area for development here, and it's really worth taking a moment to recognize that and understand how significant that is. Adding to that, this is a Housing Now project, and that has an entirely large significance as well. And so it's within those contexts that these comments, some of these comments are made, knowing that this is going to be a prominent and precedent-setting area and project itself. Starting with landscape and urban design comments, you know, very much the panel appreciated that the scheme allows for more exterior amenity space. There was great support for the urban agriculture included with the program, with the project. There was a suggestion to bring the garden out, and Gregory, I think you said you'd already been thinking about that. Bring it out to the traffic islands, for instance. Allow all this beauty that you are creating within the development to bleed out to the surrounding area. Panelists felt that the northeast corner of the plaza at the northeast corner was quite inviting, and a comment that the development in general has a generous public realm with some concern about the northern edge in terms of its width there, needing to look at the viability of planting the tree, perhaps really, I mean, plainly making a greater public realm there, both for pedestrians and for the trees and plantings there. But a sense that the courtyard in the middle of the project really does allow the sunlight in and protects, in Michael's words, these are his, protects the courtyard from the wind. Back to onto items of concern or you know, bearing ones that might bear further thought or review. The roofscapes noted that they were lovely, but they have to be properly shaded so that they are usable to the degree that we'd wish them to be. Again, repeating myself, concerned that the space, the trees given on the north frontage of the project is inadequate and they need a little bit more room, and some concern about the viability of the planting above the retail on the north facade. Also, as beautiful as the courtyard is, the suggestion was made that you consider adding an active use to the courtyard so that it doesn't become a passive space, one that is only about transitioning through moving through the space rather than pausing there and spending some time. Onto architecture and design excellence. Panelists thought that the scheme has much character and worthy of being across from the Civic Center. Panelists were just, the rooftop, there was a comment here, this is not a point of consensus necessarily, but one that I think was worthy of noting here. The rooftop units were well integrated and considered, and that's worth remarking on. There's some not necessarily consensus on the color and the variety, or the variation between the podium and the tower. There were mixed opinions on this. Some applauded the color and the variety. Others thought that it might make some sense to try to tone it down a little bit. Also, with the variation between the podium and the tower, some panelists felt it was sufficient, others did not. Suggestion was made to look at the perhaps refining the honeycomb figure to recapture its to capture its fineness to offset the colors or the sort of the color variation. Some other points for your consideration. Balconies, we do understand that there are reasons that we weren't able to discuss today that those have not been included in the project, but a note to consider adding them nonetheless. The concentration of loading in one location was felt to be good for urban reasons, but may be challenging for the residents functionally. On to building tectonics and morphology. The kind of morphology is confounded to some degree by the awkward intersection of the volumes. We're not sure the corners are working. If we look at the northeast view, this is an example of that. The panel, one panelist, and I will say myself, also wondering if the intersections between those volumes can be rationalized so the honeycomb remains, doesn't become confounded or reduced. I think, these are some of my comments as well. The interior courtyard, to me, it may be a function of the views that you've selected. It does feel a bit with all the color on it, to my mind, it's not just the color, but also the heights as well. It does feel a bit relentless, and I have some concern that it's to that end a bit oppressive. But that's something that maybe, again, it may be my view only. I do think it's something that may be also a function of the renderings, as I noted. I think it's unfortunate that we didn't have a view here that contextualized the development with the ECC across the street from it, because that is a really important consideration. The view of it from the ECC is one that I mean, I think you did include a north elevation, and we see that and we know that, but a view that actually would have had the materiality of the ECC and the exterior plaza development in it would have been very useful, I think, in better understanding how the project sits on the site and the relationship it's going to make across Dundas to the Civic Center. Going back to my initial my comments at the outset, that this is a project that is part of a much larger development, and we need to be considering all these pieces at once. I think that it would have been really ideal to have seen a larger contextual three-dimensional projection of the area in order to be able for us to comment on that particular point properly. I think to that end, I am not perhaps, I think that there is a little bit of concern around the color variation. Again, that's been divided between panel members, but I think it's something that as the project is developed and in the context of the ECC across the street and the other developments around it, it does bear further scrutiny and review as the design develops. With that, I'm going to conclude the summary of key points of consensus, and we'll move to the vote. Meredith, I'll hand it over to you for the introduction of the vote.
Thank you. So the vote is intended to provide emphasis and clarity to the discussion, and it's an indication of how well the project advances the panel's mandate of promoting design excellence. The options are as follows: support, which means the project meets the relevant design excellence objectives, and the panel advises that the project should continue in the proposed direction, and including refinements that were recommended during the review. This option can be made with key conditions if so desired, or non-support, which means that the project does not meet fundamental design excellence objectives, and the panel advises that the project should be substantially redesigned to address the issues identified during the discussions.
Thank you so much. So we do the vote in this way. When I call the panelist's name, if you could please indicate your vote, and then it will be recorded. Anna Madeira had to leave, so we're going to start with Heather Rolston.
Support.
Jessica Hutchin.
Support.
Olivia Kyung.
Support.
Gordon Stratford.
Support.
And Michael Leckman.
Support after I unmuted. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I will add, Meredith, do you want me to add mine to that for quorum?
I think we're okay, but if you, yeah.
Support.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. We have actually concluded today's program 3 minutes early. We, on behalf of the design review panel, thank everybody so much for your participation today. It was wonderful to be able to start looking at projects again after that short summer hiatus.